What is this music? What's this song called? It's called Bright Side by Luke Bergs. It's got like a little bit of a, it's like a hoedown. It's like an EDM hoedown. Hi, it's me, Scott. Welcome to the EDM hoedown. I mean, imagine if like that. Imagine if that was like a fiddle. And those were claps. It's like intense fiddle music, but with a synthesizer. I feel like I've never heard this something else. Hi, it's me. I just want to say that I'm embarrassed well, I'm embarrassed at all times. It's kind of my baseline emotion. But, so embarrassed by what I did to that thing. Like, I feel, so once we got to removing the rivets, like, I should have done better. Well, whatever, live and learn, I guess. But here's some hot tips for removing rivets. One, and I don't know why I didn't think of this and whatever. Okay, say you need to remove some rivets. First of all, probably the thing to do is use like especially on those little rivets, maybe like a Dremel or something, some kind of little rotary tool, something like that. Gently kind of like grind away the head of the rivet or whatever part of the rivet that's called. And then the rivet should just press right through. So I was making two major mistakes. Even though that's what I thought I was doing. I thought like, I just tear up that little rivet head and it'll push through. I was spinning that drill way too fast and applying so much pressure that I was like, I don't know, I ended up on the side of the rivet and then made it even more stuck. So anyway, bad job. And then speaking of the speed and pressure, metal does not want a fast rotating bit. Like you want low RPM for that. And I don't know why. Whatever. Very silly. Just one of those things. I don't know what to chalk it up to other than that general thing I've said before, that while streaming, my mental capacity drops by 70. I was going to say by 70%. Maybe it's more like to 70%, but let's just say drops by 70%. So yes, was not operating at full mental capacity, obviously. So I'm embarrassed. And then the bigger thing though, even bigger than that, bigger than like making some mistakes with the process, I think, was getting impatient. Getting impatient and then deciding to try to pry it up, which actually that is what marred the surface, was the getting impatient. So, oh well. I have some things I could do with that thing. I don't think it would take much. Just like go over it with a random orbital sander, go a few grits, start high grit and get a little lower, smooth it out. We would lose the print on it, which is meaningless. I kind of like it. I kind of like the name calibration unit, but I could also stick that back. But I was actually thinking of what I want to do with that thing, and I'm divided. Either there's the idea that's like, okay, keep that button layout and try to do something fun with that button layout, or just ditch that panel and make a new thing. But then it's like, I don't know. It feels too removed from the original object. So I don't quite know what the answer is. And I'm not going to decide right now. Instead, we're going to switch. Wait. What are we going to do? We're going to click this. I'm going to switch over here. Am I shorter today? Let's do this. No, that's wrong. Let's do this. Let's sit up a little stronger. Stronger? Taller. And pick some wallpaper. And then we have some just annoying chores today. So after 700 years of being deprecated, Twitch, I believe, is finally ending that Kraken, the V5 API support. Wow. Okay. Pick some so the paste up, the wallpaper machine was not cooperating. I was thinking of what to put on the wall back here. Maybe I was thinking, what if it was like a tote gallery, and I could just hang up my favorite totes, all my favorite tote bags. It'd just be like a tote wall of fame. Problem is, I really only have two that I actually have real attachment to. I have a lot of totes, but there's only two that I have like an emotional attachment to, I guess, my two favorite totes. And they are not, they're not museum quality. They're not mint in box. They've been used over the years. They're hard-working totes. The music seems really loud today. The reason for that? Um, I hope Ben's not watching because I'm about to say something hurtful. Not to Ben, but about something Ben holds very dear. So Ben, as some of you may know, Ben is like the world champion, basically #1 in the entire universe. Metroid Dread speedrunner. And I have had, I don't know, I'm pretty anti-Nintendo broadly. I don't think they make very good games, or I think they sometimes make good games, but more often than not, in my opinion, in recent years, they've been making games with longer and longer lists of caveats, where the list of caveats outweighs the list of like recommendable aspects of a game. And whatever, like it's such a contentious thing, it's almost not even worth voicing that opinion. But in general, I find Nintendo's offerings to be really disappointing. Since, I mean, 2017, they had Breath of the Wild, which is very good and very important, not without caveats. Many things, for example, the stamina meter trying to climb a mountain in the rain straight up sucks. It sucks. It's not good. But that was a short list of caveats and a very long list of things to recommend it. I think Super Mario Odyssey, for some reason, I don't feel like it's discussed very much. It's outstanding. It's just like an exercise of joy in a bleak world. Since then, what do we got? We have Animal Crossing, which I put 600 hours into, which is like, I tried. I was like, this is a game that wants to be played every year. JP, what is up? Did I clickbait you? I did. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, actually. Animal Crossing, the list of caveats is so infinitely long, especially anything to do with multiplayer. Okay, good news. They're not breaking Heat broadly. I don't think. So Heat, the extension land is going to be okay, I hope. There are some... Actually, this may be relevant to you. I don't know if are you using any V5 API endpoints for Twitch? Because they're killing that. They're deprecating that. It's been deprecated for a long time, actually. They're taking it down, I think, on the 27th. Okay. So there's one thing I still use with Heat, but it's not part of the core of Heat, but it is the... I know who you are. Okay, sorry, did you want me to announce it to the world? This is one of the board of directors, the founding. Are you a founding member and executive board of directors, chairperson of the board of directors, founding executive member, VIP, central, C-level, core, host, entrepreneur, venture capitalist. Am I missing? Okay, any more? Visionary leader. We're getting out of like job titles. Regional director, global region. The region is global. Master and commander, gentleman and scholar of the hit interactive talk show Rendered Senseless. Did I miss anything there? I was complaining about Nintendo. Okay, I'm glad you showed up. It's good you stopped me, because I was going to say, maybe I was going to say something that I would regret if Ben ever saw this someday. I was going to say something about Metroid Dread, but we'll leave it. We'll leave it someday. I'll wait until Ben's around so I can hurt his feelings directly. I wouldn't hurt Ben's feelings. I just want him to feel bad about liking that game. I don't want to hurt his feelings. I just want to make his feelings feel hurt. That's all. There's a difference there. Okay, I'm having a hard time with wallpaper today. How's everything going with Rendered Senseless? I would never hurt Ben. Ben's a stand-up person. I feel like whatever our filters are. Daily dev streams for a week. Whoa. How long are these streams? It's equipment. That's a commitment. I almost said an equipment. I'm having trouble speaking today, apparently. I don't know what to blame. There's a gas leak in my house or something. Okay, we got so distracted here by this. We're not getting good rolls on our wallpaper. The wall is bare. I'm still embarrassed by what I did to that enclosure. I feel like, I mean, that person told me in the YouTube comments that I shouldn't ever do anything on... Basically, that person said I should never do anything on... That person basically said I should never do anything. Said I shouldn't ever stream. I guess it's nice. Is this what it feels like to have a hater? Oh yeah, I had like a good... Okay, we're getting our promise rejected. So I think I... Shoot. I must have just gotten rate limited. Get rate limited that fast just for picking wallpapers? We're stuck with this turtle? This was a mistake. Do we still have Splashtop installed? Or whatever that thing was called? I can't work with this turtle. Okay, anyway. I guess we're gonna work with the turtle for a minute. So here's the deal. Let's get this web browser open. Twitch, B5, whatever. I'm sure there's gonna be... Okay, first of all, DuckDuckGo's useless. So here's the main problem here, and I'm just gonna complain because, I don't know. Am I cranky today? Wait, I saw it. It's shut down. The Twitch API is better designed. Okay, February 28th. So end of this month. So they've been doing these things where they've been like killing it, which is a weird... I don't know that I've ever seen a service do this before. Have you ever seen this? Where it's like this slow death? I get it. I don't think it's actually a bad idea. I think it's actually a good idea. I think it's just way too condensed, right? But because the idea being like, okay, we're going to take this service down for 1 hour. And then hopefully that service is down for 1 hour and maybe somebody's not paying attention, hasn't thought about it, whatever. Their service craps out for 1 hour, but then it comes back online and then they can be like, oh no, I have to fix this, right? So there very well could be somebody, even though this was announced a year ago, you could certainly imagine somebody that just wasn't tracking and then they shut it down for an hour and they realize like they're screwed. So it's not bad to do that, but then only 2 days later they shut down for 2 hours. You know, it escalates too quickly, in my opinion. It like they go too... I would say you want to do this and then give somebody at least a month. At least a month, if not like 6 months or something, just so it's like... Just so these time periods between these should be getting shorter, but like starting with just 2 days between here. Anyway, whatever. Not a bad idea, but like it doesn't serve, to me, doesn't serve the purpose that it should be serving by killing it so quickly. Like, it's almost like you want to flicker the lights, get somebody's attention that like, oh crap, I better fix this, but not say you have 2 days to fix it before the next time. And certainly not say that you only have 3 weeks to fix it before the shutdown is. Like, not cool. You should have flickered the lights like six months ahead of time or something. You certainly had the ability to do that. This blog post is from a year ago. Not quite a year ago, but many months ago. So anyway, here's the thing. They're going to talk about how the API is way better. And it's better designed, etc., 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 whatever. Here's the real issue. Here's the real foundational problem here. The thing they're actually taking away, in a lot of cases, is I mean, as far as I know, we can look closely, but I feel like one of the things this takes away is any kind of unauthenticated queries to the Twitch API. Am I wrong about that? Maybe I'm wrong about that. OAuth tokens are required when requesting. So this is the big distinction, and this sucks. And this actually really sucks, and it's like a crappy thing to do, really. Really, it is actually a crappy thing to do. So basically what this means, the OAuth tokens are required when requesting your endpoints. That basically means that you can't do anything through the Twitch API unless either you are forcing individual user authentication, like you require, if you want to use something, you require individual users to log in with their Twitch login, and then it gets used. A token issued for their user ID is used. And Twitch, of course, loves that because then everything is, and I understand why they want it. That means all the queries are tied to somebody. They can say like, okay, this person is hitting this endpoint all these times, so we can do rate limiting, whatever. They even talk about rate limiting here. So yeah, introduce rate limits not present in V5, probably because V5 it was hard to rate limit because you didn't necessarily know. You could pass a client ID, but like anybody could just grab a client ID and pass it, right? I could just grab a client ID. They're pretty easy. They're public for the most part. So I could grab a client ID and make queries all day, and it would count kind of against them instead of me. This is a bad soundtrack for this. I need a good complaining soundtrack. So I get it. So it's either that it has to be authenticated for an individual user. There's plenty of cases where that's fine. There's also plenty of cases where that doesn't make sense at all or is a real hassle. So as an example of an area where it's a real hassle is for like Heat front-end views where I want to query certain things, but have them available where anybody can use them and have them just work in OBS, for example, where it's not easy to like go through an authentication process or whatever in OBS. You want to just paste in a URL and have it work. So, how do I want to explain this? So the problem I have today is that I use V5. I'll show you. GitHub.com. What's my name? Is this actually right? So it's not Heat. I think is it secret? I feel like a Heat front end, right? No, that's it. It is just the Heat repo. Excuse me. So one feature of Heat, and I just put it in this library. Not everybody uses this library, but is this thing of this get user by ID. And I did this on purpose because if I was to do this server side, annoyingly, it would mean every single click that came through, I would have to independently do work on the Heat side of things to hit this endpoint and then always pass that data along. So I made a choice at the time that I did this, at least, to say like, you know what, let's not do that because that's just so, it's going to be slower to process clicks. It's going to be all these hits to this endpoint. Let's just not do this and let's offload this and just put it on the front end. And then like you use it or you don't, right? Like when you decide to build your thing, you have the ability to choose this. I feel like the music is too, I mean, I've been wanting the happy channel back. Let's go back to chill. A little more chill. Okay. A little more chill. I don't even know if you can hear the music. Maybe it's too quiet where you can't even hear it. I can hear it. So yeah, I made the decision like, offload that on the front end, right? Like we get whatever, how many millions of clicks we get. Let's just not deal with that. Doing this secondary query, like why add the additional processing? Why add the additional latency? Why risk getting rate limited here? Whatever, when only a subset of people are even going to want this thing, right? So, and all it is it's a hit to this endpoint with my client ID, and then I get the result back, right? Twitch is killing this, and you can no longer do this. Meaning, if I want this information, meaning I have an ID, and I want to go from an ID to a username, which is really all we are doing here, right? All we're really doing is looking up a user. We even cache it locally, and then, actually, do we? Oh yeah, we do. We return it here if they're in there in this map. But I can no longer do this unless either that front-end user is authenticated, like whoever's using this thing. is authenticated in a way that I can have a token here. And that's just not totally trivial. It's not super easy, especially if this is just going to get thrown into OBS. Like, do you pass it in the URL? Like, I don't know. I don't know where you put it. I actually don't know. I mean, in a way that doesn't add a lot of extra friction for the person. So my instinct off the bat is, I don't know. It doesn't feel like there's a super great way to make the users authenticate in a way that I can use their, I don't know. So, you know, so, well, I'll tell you one way, but so a totally front-end solution doesn't feel quite right here, you know? Like, because even if you went through it, even if you went through the process in one browser, as soon as you paste it in OBS, it's not. I assume it's all cookies, where you could make that query. Maybe not. Maybe there is a way to do it with that particular flow and still have it. No, because you have to be authenticated. So you have to at least be logged in. You need this? You use this? I'm telling you, Twitch is killing us. So that's what I'm trying to solve today, is how we're going to do this in a way that isn't terrible. So, because this is what they're killing. They're killing this. So, are you looking it up independently, or are you using this? I mean, I assume you're doing it independently because this is just my JavaScript way of doing it. So maybe you're already doing it with a new endpoint. I was doing it in the JavaScript land with the V5 API. You might already be fine because I assume you're doing it independently. I would assume that you're doing it independently. Because you're not doing anything in web browser land, right? I get it. No, I understand. I understand that your title. I understand that Hunter is the executive director of engineering. And I mean, even if you're, I don't know, actually, maybe Hunter should just double check and make sure there's no Kraken anywhere, no V5 anywhere. Because this is definitely the easy way to do it. If I was writing this a year ago, or even whatever, well, I don't know when I wrote this. I would have done it this way because it's the easy way, and this is what they're deprecating. So you might want to double check. This endpoint is what they're killing. So my options for getting rid of this are have some like totally front-end authentication strategy, which is probably what you would normally recommend for something like this, except the take it into OBS overlay land, I don't think makes that easy, because you would have to be logged in. Unless there's some trick with Twitch, unless there's some trick with OBS, because OBS knows, that's an interesting one. Since OBS is potentially logged into Twitch, there may be a way there, but that still feels like a special case, feels like it's annoying for somebody to use. So there's that version. There's some version where you authenticate separately through me using your account, but then I store those credentials somewhere all server side, and then you ask me for the answer, but when I ask Twitch for the answer, I use your account. But that means we have to, I have to build the stupid OAuth process, whatever. Or there's the version that's the easiest, but is probably the least sustainable, which is I just build an endpoint that is a wrapper for their endpoint. So you hit me, and then using my own credentials, I hit whatever the new endpoint for this is. All of these options kind of suck. And this is what annoys me about this, because it's they've done a lot of work to kind of cover themselves in it, and then they sort of put the burden of making it work well. They dump that on the developers using their API instead of them coming up with good solutions for this, because they know that people use stuff like this inside OBS and so on. Like, how do I do it? How do I, what's the right way to do this? There's all these, they have all their authentication flows, but, like, what do we do? Certainly the easiest answer is I just set up a wrapper endpoint, right? Like, I just add an endpoint to Heat that does this. That will, like, have I tried panicking? No. Should I? Should I panic? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I would panic if I just wasn't already prepared for this. Like, Twitch has generally not been a very pleasant API to work with, but then again, like, really no APIs from big companies are that good to work with. I'm trying to think, actually, are there any that just aren't terrible? This is all stuff that I've gone through in the past too with other services also. Like, for example, I went through very similar things. I mean, it's actually sort of surprising that Twitch has taken this long, honestly, to do this particular thing, because this thing of like unauthenticated queries was killed years ago by Twitter, for example. I think early on in the Twitter API, you could look up most stuff that you wanted. I just dropped something inside my keyboard. Oh no. Well, we're never getting that back. That's just gone forever now. Well, you know, it's probably time to clean the keyboard anyway, right? Probably time to... Meerkat, how's it going? We're gonna fix it. It's gonna be okay. I mean, ripped my keyboard, though. I don't even hear it in there. It's kind of gross in there, though. Don't look inside. What? Where did... It was a small piece of metal from the violent rivet removal that I did, and now it's gone. That's just gone. I kind of like this keyboard. This keyboard's okay. It's not the greatest. Press F. Get F in the chat. The keyboard. Where is it like perfectly wedged between something? Don't worry, I've got that special key popping tool. We'll just pop every key off of here. I'm actually a little baffled because I thought I dropped an object inside. There's like 1,000 of these little eyelashes. There's 1,000 eyelashes in here. I'm apparently just shedding eyelashes constantly. Okay, no, the keyboard I think is going to be okay. I think it's going to be okay. We'll see if any keys just suddenly don't work. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I went through this with Twitter. I feel like I went through this with but like 10 years ago almost, and or the whatever some Google APIs, Google Analytics, stuff like that. I feel like, so it's actually kind of shocking that Twitch had any unauthenticated endpoints, because I just feel like it's just not how things are done anymore. So I get it. But it just feels like they should have a better solution for this, right? Like, why now it's my problem to figure it out? How about all these engineers at Twitch who get paid? I mean, they're you know, I said to use the word engineers. You know how I feel about the phrase software engineer. How come none of them are solving this problem? Why aren't the people who get paid to solve these problems solving this problem? Because they don't have an interest in. I mean, this works well for Twitch, I guess, which is like limit access, make it all authenticated. I get all that. It's just this very fundamental problem with the way the web works. It's a real hassle, actually. I've been thinking about it for this other project I've been working on. It's not an easy problem to solve, I will certainly admit. And it's just, I don't know, man. I get it. I really do understand. It really is surprising there isn't a better solution to this. But there's not. I guess there's not. So what do we want to try to do today? I just saw a single kiss. Thank you for the single kiss. Makes me feel better. I guess Heat's work. Okay, kisses are working. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to decide This is all we care about. We want this query. We want to get this query back. If we wanted to do that,
what is this place?
Either so either we have to do this, where we're going to try to like let people like have, basically people will give Heat access to do things for them, basically. And this is a whole thing we'd have to do. We'd have to go through, this is like a, you know, this is a whole system we'd have to design. Why doesn't Twitch just let it, you know, doesn't Twitch just offer this thing? So authenticate users and allow your app to make requests. I mean, it does. It has that side of it, of course. It has their side of the thing where the user will authenticate, but then that will, normally the way this works is we will have our own thing that's like, hey, you want to use Heat? Click this button. It will then go to the Twitch page that says like, hey, Heat wants to be able to do XYZ. Do you want to let it? And then you say yes. And then it redirects back to me with some kind of token that says, hey, this person says you can do things as them, basically. Or we just do this, right? We just do this thing.
What is this place?
This is certainly the easy answer. It just means all queries are made by me, and it will probably eventually hit some kind of rate limit, right? Like that's the real issue. This is the easy way to do it. And there's two problems. One, it's subject to abuse because anybody could like just steal my client ID and make a trillion requests as me, or somebody using Heat could have used it in some way, whatever. And I could get rate limited because of that, or just from totally normal usage, I could get rate limited. So the real answer is probably that one, that like authentication process of like authenticated as a user. But man, I don't really want to build that. It's just so boring. Why is there no... What are we looking for? We want like user info. What is that endpoint going to be called? Get users? User extensions, active extensions. Get users, get information about one or more specified Twitch users. So this can be OAuth or app, so we could do it as app. Oh my god, the official Rendered Senseless account just sent me messages. I can't believe this. This is incredible. This is like getting, it's like blue checkmark territory. I can't believe I got a message from the official Rendered Senseless account. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I might print that out and put it on my wall. Is that what I should do back there? I do have a terrible projector. I mean, it would be, where's the terrible projector? Is that what I need behind me? Like we get rid of this, and then we project something. Oh, so when I turn that off, it's really clear. I'm just in a closet. When I do this, it's a studio. Studio, closet. It's a closet. It's a studio, closet. Studio, closet. Susu studio, closet. I mean, we got the dumb. Whoa! Oh shoot! Oh no! Oh man! I forgot if you flip these smart lights on and off 5 times, it factory resets them. I factory reset it. Now I have to go through the stupid setup process. Oh no. Oh man. I ruined my studio. It's ruined. This is a ruined studio now. Bummer. Okay, well, let's just do this. I don't think this is the #1 worst projector on Amazon, but it's up there. I mean, it's also the worst projector from as of 5 years ago. So you can get some pretty terrible projectors on Amazon that are okay-ish, you know. But this takes. Okay, get out of here. Life is yours. How's it going? No, it's not a package. This is my terrible projector from. I think I got this in 2017. Truly awful. But now that I've ruined my studio by resetting the light, and I don't feel like going through the setup process again. Why is there no? Did it not come with an HDMI cable? Maybe I already used it somewhere else. Oh boy. What? Huh? Matisse Tech, a subscription. Awesome. Thank you so much. Did I say that correctly? Oh, man. You're just in time for me to fumble through everything. Oh, that's awesome. What are you using heat for? Well, you're here just in time for Twitch to break it. Hello. It's O-I-K? Wait, is it O-I-K or is it oik? It's oik? Oik. Oik. I like O-I-K because it's sort of like A-OK, but not, you know, but different. You're using heat in a very special way. Uh-oh. Does that mean that you're using it for inappropriate purposes? Okay, don't look at me while don't look at me. Stop looking at me. I have to use my camera so I can see back here. My phone has a... Okay, I got it. I didn't really think I was going to be able to get that. Oh, that's awesome. Nice. Oh, no. Oh, that was bad. That's an expensive... That was expensive. Well, that was an expensive... That was an expensive thing to do that I just did. Okay. We need... Hope I didn't break that. Eesh. Okay. Well, you know, it was... Yes. I mean, maybe it still is expensive. We'll see. I found this plug I lost. It's not lost anymore. That's good news. Okay. Let's plug in the terrible projector. Let's plug in HDMI. This projector's truly awful. Like, this is not gonna... Let's just set it over here somewhere. Oh boy. Look at that quality. Look at the turtle! Uh-oh. Wait. Uh-oh. I just lost all video. Ooh. Okay, what what just happened? No, you're not rude at all. I will definitely check it out. I got a turtle on my wall. Look how small this is. No, I will check it out for sure. Is that really as big as this image gets? This projector's this is okay. I don't want to just throw around the word trash or the term trash. You know, sometimes people just throw that word around willy-nilly. This is trash, that's trash. This is actually trash. Something's making a terrible noise. 207, how's it going? What's up? Oh! Wait, can you still hear me? The audio is coming out of this. Can you hear it? Okay, I don't really want audio out. I hate the audio setup in Windows 11 is so bad. You can't just like right click and have it. Why does it group? Windows 10, you just used to be able to right click that and pick your audio sources, right? Like, didn't Windows 10 let you just pick an audio source? Also, what microphone is this using now? I hate that things in Windows can just willy-nilly, without my permission, arbitrarily change my like audio input output sources. It's insane. I will say, I mean, in Windows 11, can I still pick the source in the way that I used to? Because I right-click now and it doesn't, I feel like it doesn't show the same thing that it used to. When I click now, it shows this stupid... Are you in Windows 11? What did you click to get that? Because when I click that, that's not what I see. That's when so Windows 11 doesn't do that anymore. Windows 11 shows a totally different thing. It like shows its stupid little control center that they got from iOS. So I will say Apple's implementation of like device security is terrible. In macOS, it's truly terrible. They did a really bad job. It's almost unusable of like, oh, this application wants this. Well, you need to manually go into settings and authenticate and scroll down and find this and give this permission. They did a really bad job with how you give things permission. But I really like that they do. Like, you have to explicitly give applications access to everything, like, you know, even to read a file off your desktop, whatever. I like that. I don't want random programs to mess with my computer at all. And so the notion in Windows that basically anything willy-nilly can decide to completely break my audio configuration, my camera settings, whatever, Windows is like, yeah, go for it. Sure. Who are you again? Go for it. You're just some random application. Yeah, do it, man. Let's do it. Yeah, so I mean, I got there, but on Windows 10, it didn't take 3 clicks. Now on Windows 10, it took 2 clicks because you could click and then it would show the source and then you pick it. On Windows 11, it's like click, then, oh, realize you saw the wrong thing, click it again, get rid of it. Then you right click and then you say sound settings and then you wait for it to come up and it's slow and then you make your changes. It's bad. It's bad. Computers are bad. They were a bad idea. This turtle, though, turtle's pretty cute. Okay. I don't actually even really remember what my end game was here. I mean, I guess it was just to put this turtle on the wall. Is that what we're doing? This is like a wall turtle? Let's get a, you know, let's get your wall turtle in place. It is a good turtle. Stupidest thing about Windows 11. Okay, I'm going to say I'm not just to be clear, not everything is bad in Windows 11. I've complained about this before, but just to be clear, the stupidest thing in Windows 11 is this, where you right click and you get this reduced right click menu, and then you have to go here and do more options if you want to open in code. I hate that so much. And there's a long thread of the Visual Studio Code GitHub of people discussing why they can't do it or what. I don't know. I don't understand it. Why that can't just be here. Who knows? I only can tolerate so much back and forth from like Microsoft people trying to explain why they can't put a thing on a menu on GitHub. I don't know. I feel like the amount of energy that has gone back and forth in the thread, somebody easily could have just done the thing to put it there. And then eventually somebody does release like a registry hack to manually do it. Anyway, garbage, absolute garbage. That, this stupid sound settings thing, garbage. The fact that any application could just mess with my camera and sound settings whenever it wants, absolute garbage. One good thing, I will say, once again, this is so much better than the stupid ribbon menu that we've had since like Windows 7. This is ridiculous that they went to a trash can here, but ignoring that, this is better than it used to be. So that's one thing in Windows 11 that is better. I would have probably stuck with Windows 10 forever, but I needed to use something from the Windows Store, and the Windows Store is so bad, and it is so extra bad on Windows 10 that it was borderline unrecoverable, and I would have basically had to reinstall anyway. So it was like either reinstall Windows 10 and still have the absolute worst Windows, you know, whatever it is, Microsoft or whatever they call it, experience in the universe, or just go to Windows 11 where it's supposed to be improved. I will admit, that did fix my problem. I will also admit, it's a pretty cute turtle, but I don't want the turtle. I really am pretty impressed with how bad this... This projector is even worse than I remember it. I have to say. Okay, I'm sorry. What were we going to do? We were going to check out a Twitch channel. I'm so sorry. What channel were we checking out? I got so distracted. I said distracted. Okay, Matisse Tech. Let's do it. Mm-hmm. Wait, am I doing it? Am I placing start? Oh, I did it. I did the double click. Are those my stars? Look at my stars. Stars. Did I break it? Wait. What are you making this in? What are we working in here? I guess I could unmute and listen, but that'd be too easy. Never gonna do that. In Unity? Cool. Are you using my Unity WebSockets plugin? Nobody uses my WebSockets plugin because nobody knows about it. Awesome. I'm gonna keep me updated. I wanna know what's going on in there. Whoa. That looks good. Okay. Oh, with OSC. Interesting. Interesting choice. Interesting choice. What is this new wallpaper that we have? Okay, we'll just go with this. What a puny... Is this really as big as this gets? I guess it is. There's no zoom. There's focus and there's keystone. I guess I could try to put it further. Well, I can't because I can't. Never mind. Never mind. We'll just this is so bad. Okay, let's do this. This was Binary's suggestion last time. Was we're getting distracted is what we're doing here. So let's open recent and let's find Spherical Glow JS, and let's do an HTTP server, and let's do localhost 8080. And then where is that monitor? It's here. And then if we go over here and we F11 over there, okay, that doesn't look good. Does it? What happened? Yeah, there's just one. I mean, I'm sure there's stuff in my. I'm sure I have like Kraken stuff all over the place. I'm sure it's in Bot Made This. I'm sure it's everywhere. What are we seeing over here on the side? Why? Is that weird? I can't really tell what's going on. I'm just here. I hit F11 to go full screen. But full screen is not full screen sized. Why is that? Oh, did you really? You made an issue for me on GitHub for Heat? I don't feel like I got an email. But I was also ignoring my email right now because, you know, I don't ever want email ever, basically. Where's the stupid thing? Here, what resolution is that monitor? How do I know? 1280-720? Is that true? Why is it losing? Why is the aspect ratio breaking when I go full screen? Aspect ratio doesn't look right anyway. Does it? Maybe it does. But why? Let's just do this. Oh, I know why. Because we didn't do the... There we go. Great. Okay, we'll just have this. Just have this. Get it right there. How's that? Huh? Okay. Don't nobody touch it. Really? I don't know why am I not getting... What, did you like send them today or recently? Weird. Okay, well, sorry for ignoring you on GitHub. This is what happens if you don't have the premium support tier for $12,000 a month. The Heat support tier. Okay. I will check it out. But... Is that working back there? Yes. Give it a little tickle. I still look so boring in here without the color background. And this is just going to blow out the projection, right? Obviously. Yes. Obviously. Okay. I guess I could... I don't want to reconfigure this. I mean, I have to at some point, right? Oh. I gotta reconfigure it. I did that recently, and I don't know why. It's my own fault. Okay, was I done complaining? I feel like I'm like 7 layers of Inception into complaining now. Because I was complaining about Nintendo, and then I switched to complaining about Heat, and then I switched to complaining... about Twitch, and then I switched to complaining about Windows 11. And somewhere in there I was complaining about that projector. Oh no. Am I a Karen? It's not my fault that all technology is so bad. So bad. Terrible. And now Life is Yours is mad at me. I'm honestly surprised Life is Yours is watching this, because I think normally the only reason Life is Yours tunes in is Jay Yans. How's it going? Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I heard Matisse Tech is using Heat for some stuff. That's awesome. Okay, I want to speak to the manager of Twitch. Actually, I talked to the manager of Twitch like 2 weeks ago, or the manager of one of their departments. He didn't email me back. Boomer, I think it's not quite... Wait, I had to permit the use of Karen and Boomer? Wait, okay, wait. Life is Yours, why are you not a mod? How are you not a mod? Do you accept the role of mod? If I make you a mod, will you approve it when people say Karen and Boomer? Do you accept this very serious role? This is not working. Wait, you lose your diamond? I thought you would have both. You can't be a VIP and a mod? I think you can. Because I think Kyle is a VIP and a mod. Let's try it. I'm going to try it. Is it just like /mod life is yours? One at a time? Did that work? Is it /mod? Now you have a sword. You like the diamond more than a sword? But who's gonna, if you don't... Okay, we gotta do this stupid thing. Okay. Wait, I'm supposed to be in the process of adding this device. Add a device? Smart light. KL series? Maybe? Okay, you're a mod. I mean, okay, first of all, the distinction between a Karen and a Boomer. I mean, whatever. Getting pedantic about the meaning of Boomer is a pretty Boomer thing to do, right? At the end of World War II, everybody in the United States decided to have a ton of sex and to have a ton of babies. And all of the sex resulted in all these babies, late 1940s, early 50s. And we refer to that as the baby boom. And so if you're of that era, like born, say, like, I don't know exactly with ranges. I'm sure there's a specific range, but let's just say 1945 to 1955, somewhere in there. Probably later than that, probably like 1960. Wait, why? I'm not supposed to be on the internet. I'm supposed to be adding a device. You're part of the baby boom. Generation before that, I think, was the silent generation, right? Generation after that was Gen X. Then millennials, then Gen Z, Zoomers. So, you know, baby boomer, technically supposed to refer to someone born in that specific era. Now it kind of just broadly means you're old and out of touch. I'm sure that's like a boomer thing of me to say. Karen is like a certain kind of like entitled, middle-aged. I mean, yeah, entitled middle-aged woman, certain kind of haircut who wants to see the manager, I guess. Well, the weird thing for me personally is was born in 1980, so I'm like right on the line between Gen X and Millennial. Nobody talks about Gen X. We're just like totally forgotten. It's all boomers and millennials and zoomers. Like Gen X is like, and it depends on who you ask, really, like whether I am a Gen Xer or a millennial. Because the original phrase millennial would refer to like people who had come of age in the new millennium. And so the like very like pedantic view of that was 1982 means you turn 18. But you could argue that it was like as early as 1979 because you're turning 21 in the year 2000. So anyway, whatever. Now they're all just marketing terms, or, you know, terms for divisiveness. So I got so distracted. So if you're wondering what I'm doing, the main reason that Life is Yours watches this channel is just because the background is purple. That's really the only reason he tunes in too. You're just going straight back to boomer. I mean, the funny thing about Joe Biden is that people like to think of Joe Biden as a boomer, but he's so old. He's older than boomers. That's impressive. He predates boomers. I feel like this application is broken. I'm trying to add a device here. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't really necessarily, whatever. It's an on the cusp kind of thing. I feel very cuspy. Where there, I can certainly identify with a lot of things about millennial life. I can identify with some things about Gen X life, I guess. Okay, we'll do this at a later date. It looks ridiculous in here. Well, at least we have this fun thing on the wall. Is it fun? I don't know. We got a thing on the wall now, so that's terrific. We got a weird hotspot here that I don't really understand. Can I move this without knocking it down? I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, what were we actually trying to do? I was complaining about Nintendo. I've been complaining about so much stuff. We were actually trying to find a fix for this problem. And I was trying to decide how lazy to be with that fix. I'm extra purple now because I'm like straight up life is yours mode now. Extreme levels of purpleness. Oh, oops. Well, that came off. How do we... Okay, let's just don't touch it. Don't touch it. Okay, yes, just to recap. Nintendo is terrible. Twitch is terrible. Microsoft is terrible. Computers are terrible. This projector is terrible. These Wi-Fi lights... That was my fault. You know what? with the Wi-Fi lights, I'm going to say that was literally my fault. I can't blame... That's all me. Actually, you know what? They are terrible because they don't support HomeKit, which is annoying. And now they're releasing like a separate line that supports HomeKit, which makes no sense because it's a software thing, right? I guess I only can assume that, like, I don't know. Maybe like Apple requires a licensing fee or something, and so they only want like a very specific line that they're going to charge more for. How's life treating me today? Cranky. I'm in like, I don't know. I don't want to be cranky all the time. I really don't. But it's apparently a cranky day. But I understand it. Sometimes you're just cranky. Sometimes you can't help it. Sometimes the world kind of requires crankiness even. Like sometimes you can't just let it go. You gotta crank. Sometimes you just gotta crank out, whatever that means. Okay. We're gonna breathe a little bit. You know what? Let's do this. Let's take a moment, and let's I don't know the real. Where's Wordle now? Okay, it's actually New York Times. Let's do Wordle, just so I can get. The main reason I do this is as a Should I get pizza today? I was thinking of getting Thai food, but maybe I need pizza. I'm going to play Wordle, and then Life is Yours is going to interpret my board as kind of like a therapeutic, psychological exercise, right? So let's go with Trace. Seems like a good place to start today. I'm feeling good about Trace. Okay. We get the T is looking great. The C position was a little weird, but I mean, the C kind of has to be here, right? The C is never going to be at the end. It's not going to be after the T, so the C has to be here. Right? What's the goal? The goal is, some people think the goal is to like solve it and figure out the word. The goal is actually to, the goal is actually to have Life is Yours to interpret this as a therapeutic exercise. So I'm not going to look at chat for a minute. So I don't want any hints or distractions. So this is a pretty weird one. Tacky. I mean, I thought tacky was good. Tacit. Oh, boom. Hey, 3. That's not bad. Tacit's not easy. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to throw it in the Discord. That was pretty quick. I feel pretty good about that. I mean, I love, actually, Meerkats from yesterday is really good. Like, that's a very good, that's some really interesting, like, look at this one. That is amazing. Very impressed with that. Also very good. Like, Meerkat is turning this into kind of an art form, I have to say. Mine is, like, good in terms of a puzzle solution, but I'm going to say not the best in terms of, like, a therapeutic. Oh my gosh, did you guess? Okay, I'm glad. I literally didn't look. My chat is over here. I didn't look. That was not cheating. I did not realize. Good. Jans, that was a good guess. But I literally did not look. I don't know else what it could have been, really. I mean, it couldn't have been like... I mean, what other words could that possibly have been? If I was on a Linux computer, I could tell you that, because we'd have, like, user-dict words, right? And we could pipe to a grep. Do we have that on Windows? Oh yeah, I didn't watch that video yet. I didn't want to watch the video and ruin my experience. Do we have like user? Where's that stored? Where's user dict these days? Where do we store that? User share dict. Oops. User share dict. Does this exist? I get out of here. Wait, where is it supposed to be? LS. User share dict. Dict doesn't exist? Why is this so unresponsive? I don't know where this stuff lives now. I'm going with like where it used to be 20 years ago. Yeah, where is it? Where is it? So do we have to install this first? So sudo apt get install wamerican. What? Apt get install wamerican? What? Oh wait, I'm in the wrong bash. Good grief. I'm sorry, wrong bash. How could I be so foolish? That was the MinGW bash, not the Windows subsystem for Linux bash. How could I make such a foolish... Yep, you're right. You're absolutely right. I didn't even notice. That's what I followed the wrong symlink. Okay, so now do we have it? User share dict. Okay. Apt get install wamerican. Oops. Okay, what's going on in the car? Someone is using a cash register and the bottom drawer is open. Interesting. Okay. So, does that mean I'm like... Am I focused on money right now? I think that's fair to say. Is it a money problem? Okay, so how would we do this? We'd want to like cat user share dict words and then pipe to a grep for so these are all the words that can start with ta. So it's basically this and then two and then the end. Is this the right kind of grep? No. How do you do this? What is it? What is just like a letter? Well, I can't even spell the word letter, apparently. How do we do this? It's, what? Obviously, I've not done this for a while. What is the right way? Regular expression for grep for a single character. We need an IW. Do I need IW? That could be anything. I just haven't done this in a while. I will admit. So you can say alphanumeric 4. This looks gross, but so what? There's got to be a shorter way to do that, right? I mean, can I really just do this? Okay. Are these the words it could be? Okay, so there's only, according to this, there's only 4 English language words it could have been. Tacos would have been a good one. Tacos. So we knew it couldn't be tax because I tried tacky. So these were already out. So really, according to this, the only words it possibly could have been at that point were tacit and tacos. I thought I tried /W though. Why didn't it? /W was the first thing I tried. Why didn't it like that? What am I doing wrong here? Is there some other... I thought... That's not this. No, of course not. Oh, is it because I don't have a count here? How do you say something is required exactly one time? But you don't need that. You shouldn't. Why doesn't this work? I would have thought that would work. But I was wrong. I did think it was work, and I was wrong. I did think it was work. Man, what is wrong with me today? Okay. Does anyone remember what we were doing or why? Yes. We were doing this. Disagree. Hard disagree. Disagree. Oh, does it need to be double escaped or something? Wait, wrong. So slow. Why is this so slow? Something cool? Okay, that's it. Of course I have to escape. Yeah, right. So I probably could have done it like if these were... Oh, not that. Not ticks in single quotes. Yeah, so single quotes would have worked. Right, of course. Bash is escaping for me. And then I don't even need this, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, how are things going over here? They're going great. It's pretty blown out with the purple light, which is still not set up, by the way, because it wasn't connecting correctly, but what do you want me to do? Just point this down a little? Something? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Oh, no. Okay. So, we have, we're purple. The way I see it, we have 3 choices here on how to do this. We have 2 high-level choices, which is either we use application authentication or we use user authentication. We use user authentication. In that, we have 2 choices. One is where we go through a thing where the user authenticates and we're always like running through that process every time. And then I guess it's, I don't know, it's a cookies that leave you authenticated. Or the user authenticates with us and we store the tokens, which is actually probably the correct way to do this. Or we do it the application, what's it's called? We do it with application authentication. And then get rate limited, probably. If it's used heavily. Man. Kind of don't want to deal with this. So we could do any number of the following things. We could just add a new endpoint to the to Heat API. The correct answer is probably user auth. I just feel like I can't do that in an hour. I can do the application version in an hour. The user auth version is more than an hour. Now, I will say, if we do the application auth first, it would be like sort of foundational to adding the user auth server side, like doing it there. So the totally front end option, I feel like is kind of off the table, right? Because if someone's just going to stick this as an OBS overlay layer, it's not going to be easy for them. OBS technically will allow you to do that, like turn it on where you can click through, but I don't want to make people do that. Especially if they're just trying to use the demo or whatever. So let's add an endpoint and let's do application authentication for now. And then we will, I mean, maybe you're wrong. Maybe there's a way in it that it's not a hassle. But yeah, the whole, if we didn't have to think about people using this in OBS, it would not be a concern. But obviously, I don't know. I feel like Twitch should have considered that. And you can, like, just to be clear, like you can do the thing if you go into the OBS layer. I'm pretty sure you can do the thing where you go in here and you can like turn it on into interactive mode or something. Oh, I thought you could. Can you not? There is an interesting option here, maybe. I don't know if this gives you, OBS can authenticate with Twitch, but am I wrong? I thought there was a way. Oh, I forgot. There's a button, right? You got to hit the interact button, and then it will open this, and then you can interact inside here. So I could do that. I could say like, okay, well, you have to interact here to do the thing. But I don't really want to. Right? Like, I'd rather say, like, once you have this URL and you put it in, you're good. But, especially if this is just going to be a library that people can drop in and use. I don't want to, like, a whole other... Yeah. It's a little tricky. It's a little bit tricky, gotta say. Here's what I'm going to say. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. Because I feel like, one day when we monetize this or whatever, we're going to need some way for individual channel people, individual channel users to have like access to certain functions based on whatever, or to like flip on features on and off, whatever. We can do that through TwitchLand, but we'd probably eventually want like our own configuration console, interface, dashboard, whatever, outside of that land anyway. So yeah, I'm going to say, let's just do the application thing today, which is basically just going to be a straight up wrapper for the API, but with my auth. And then at some point, probably we'll get rate limited. And it'll be very sad. That means we probably want some caching at a minimum, right? Otherwise, like, somebody could easily use that little heat function and say like, oh, I'm just going to call that every single time. Okay, let's think by doing. Instead of thinking by thinking, let's think by doing. Because I could just sit here and think all day without doing anything. Okay, so what even is this? So the problem is this fellow right here, right? Like we can't do this anymore. Can't do it anymore. For caching, Cloudflare, we don't need Redis. We could use KV is their thing. It would almost be like Redis. I just don't know if I want to set up a whole. So there's iterations of this. The easiest version is it's literally I put up a URL that wraps the other URL, feeds straight back out, right? That's the thing that is the absolute bare minimum easiest to do. Will take like half an hour. Then there's a version where we do that and it adds caching, right? Like just one, like a little more complicated. Adds a little caching with KV, and then we can just have those KV keys automatically expire in a day or something, so we're not using too much storage. So that's not too much harder to add, obviously. Like if we're happy with the base version, we can add the KV stuff. Next version above that is that we start to say like, oh, we want to try to store, we want people to authenticate, we want to use their credentials. And that's where it feels like it's going to be at least some hours to like do it and test it and get it to work and feel reliable. So the question we have at this very moment is the following question. Do we try to actually get in here? Not here. We don't use that anymore. We have way too many repositories here. Do we actually try to go into proper heat, proper real deal heat, and add this functionality? And I'm going to say no, and I'm going to tell you why I think no. So we could, at this endpoint, the main heatapi.j38.net, we could just inside here, at this endpoint right here, add a new endpoint for a user. And it could be like user/info or something like that. And we could do the thing where we call the Twitch API and we respond right back, right? And that seems like it's not a bad idea, except remember that this endpoint is kind of a load balancer, right? Like this endpoint's job really is to get requests and then figure out which dog to send it to. Wait, why didn't it like the word? What? It didn't like the word creep. Scope creep. Well, that's okay. That is also a valid concern. But so the main concern I have is that this thing's job is to operate as quickly as possible and route requests to one of the durable objects, right? So this endpoint is really just a switchboard that's like taking in whatever it can and then sending those processes to these durable objects to process, right? So my concern is we don't want this thing to do any work other than its job, because it's you know, there's a potential that it's getting like thousands or tens of thousands of clicks in a very short amount of time, and we don't want to screw with that by saying like, oh well, hang on, I got a click or I got a request, everybody hold the phone, I gotta hit this Amazon endpoint in return, and then we'll get back to handling a billion clicks, right? So that's my main concern. The other concern, yes, is the more features I inject into this, the more fragile it becomes, right? It just like, this is a thing that needs to be really lean and mean. We just want it to like do its job and not have these other like bells and whistles, like, because this is the heart of Heat, is the routing of the requests that come in. So I'm very hesitant to add other features, even though it's obvious how to do it. Like there's two ways to do it. One is like kind of like we did with this, which it's not ideal that this is here, but this is something that is called really infrequently. But basically we could just add our own endpoints, and then there's another option actually, which is the thing we are doing here, which is actually we say if we get a status endpoint, we route it to a dog and then have the dog do the work. So we could do that. We could have the dog respond to you, but then we're putting work on status. We have to, right? Because that's the only way that we can talk to the durable object replicas. But It just doesn't feel like we should be putting extra work on these things. So that's fine. So then we think like, well, what do we do? Do we stick it on the heat broker? Which is that other system that I started? This music's creeping me out. Oh, awesome. Oik, I really appreciate it. You have a great night. Appreciate you stopping by. Very kind of you to stop by. A plugin add-on. Yeah, so I already started this thing called the Heat Broker, and that was like when we were experimenting with ways to monetize. And its job is like, yeah, kind of like this secondary outside thing that you can hit, and it does certain kinds of work. I honestly don't remember what it all does. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I can't remember everything it does. It does have a channel object. This was the thing that's its whole job was to figure out like metadata for a channel, basically, in relationship to like, is heat active? You know, how much time is on heat? We had that all crammed, I think, into a single durable object, which is maybe a bad idea. But it's because there was something dumb about KV. Oh, it's because KV is like fundamentally like the point of truth is the last thing that comes in, and it doesn't solve there was no support for like atomic requests. So like there's this concurrency issue where, say I have a number, like whatever, my bank account, and people are giving me money and taking money away all the time. And you have to like give me that information so I can track my bank account. If you're just giving me like atomic operations that say add this much or remove this much, it doesn't matter what order they come in, right? You can tell me like, okay, plus $1, minus $1. That's all easy because there's one point of truth, and you're kind of sending me like modifiers to it, right? Then we don't have to worry about concurrency. It doesn't matter which one happened first or whatever. If the model was more like you look at my bank account balance and then you subtract $1 and then you tell me what my balance is, we could have real problems with the order that things are processed. Because like if you told me like, hey, I took $10 out of you had $50, I took $10 out of your account, I'm now giving you the number 40, and I'm like, okay, cool, number 40, got it, and that's the correct number. But if then somebody came after that 1 millisecond later and they were like, hey, you had $50 in your account, I gave you $10, now you have 60, and I'm like, okay, cool, 60. And I say that was the last piece of information I got, so it's the most correct, right? But that's totally wrong, right? Like the person that took $10 from me, that's erased. So now it says I basically have $10 more than I should, because those weren't like atomic operations that could operate on my balance in a vacuum, basically. And KV, the solution offered by Cloudflare, kind of bafflingly doesn't support atomic operations. First of all, let's make sure I'm using that term properly. Atomic operations. Let me just make sure I'm saying the right thing. Will always be executed without any other process being able to read or change the state that is read or changed during the operation. So the idea is being like, hey, this thing, you know what's going on. It's going to happen. Nobody else can mess with it. It's going to happen. It's all good. And I, in my mind, in like processor land, and again, I'm not like a processor architect or anything, just to be very, very clear, in case that wasn't clear. Often you have things like atomic increment, I think, where you can just say like, hey, I'm gonna increment this number. It doesn't matter what anybody else does before or after it. I'm just telling you, I'm just gonna add to this number. And we know it's gonna happen and nobody's gonna mess with it and it's gonna be all good and nobody's gonna like, whatever, while I'm in the middle of getting my pencil out, is gonna change anything. So to me, these kinds of like increment decrement operations it seems sort of baffling to me that KV doesn't support that and can't resolve them, because then you don't have to worry about like point of truth. You don't have to worry about this like issue of these concurrency issues, I guess. And I'm probably using the wrong terms here because I'm probably mixing up like there are these concepts that'll exist like, you know, in your computer at the CPU level of like, hey, there's something in memory and everybody's messing with it. Like, how does the computer decide who's going to do what to this certain point of memory? This is not exactly that thing, or it's conceptually the same thing. It's just distributed, you know, network wide on the whole internet. But the thing that's really different, I guess, is when you're dealing, and this can still be very bad, of course. In your computer land, you're worried about these concurrency issues in like microseconds, you know, like something could happen a microsecond earlier, a microsecond later, or whatever, and you've got issues. The thing that was a real bummer to see here is this thing. Writes are immediately visible to other requests in the same edge location. So this is like cloud edge stuff that has to like propagate, but can take up to 60 seconds to be visible in other parts of the world. So that in itself is a little bit like, oh man, you could have a minute of latency. So that's not great. That's not great news. But the worst part of this is this. Due to the eventually consistent nature of workers, concurrent writes can end up overwriting another. It is a common pattern to write data from a single process via Wrangler API. This avoids competing, etc., etc. Concurrent writes. The issue is you can't easily have tracking a single value that you're trying to modify. In the case of what I was trying to do with heat was problematic with KV because we wanted a single consistent timer that we were adding points onto, basically adding time onto. And I could not figure out an easy way to avoid concurrency issues there, because it was just anybody at any moment basically could put a quarter in the slot and add some time. I'm probably explaining that poorly, but the summary is I couldn't use KV to do what I was trying to do in the way I was trying to do it. I'm sure there was another way to do it, whatever. So that is why in this I used a durable object as like a single point of reference so that I wouldn't have to worry about this concurrency stuff. Otherwise, KV probably would have been better. And maybe I was being paranoid about it, whatever. I'm probably over-explaining that. I'm partially trying to remind myself why I did it. So that is why we have this dude, this buddy here, whose job is to, this pub sub, this thing is something that comes from Twitch. Twitch hits these endpoints. We verified that signature. I don't know if I did it properly. I think I did it though. Did I do it right? Who knows? I think I actually did, even though it's such a pain, but I think I actually did it. And then if it's a notification, then we actually find the durable object and we do the thing. We're not even using durable object groups here. Then we go through all this stupid crap again, all the web token stuff and whatever. That's just always such a hassle that I will probably never understand fully. Jans, I appreciate your support. Glad you're tracking this and at least making me feel like I'm explaining it correctly in a reasonable way. Because I'm probably not, but I think hopefully the gist of it is right. And we didn't even do this. So this was like a very half-built thing, but it exists. So I guess what I'm saying is like we could just cram this thing over here, basically. Or do we do it here? What do we do, everybody? Because we could just say once you get into the dog, that the dog knows how to do it, and then we don't have to have this other service. We have one URL. That's actually the most annoying point if we do it as this like secondary service. it's another subdomain, which is kind of lame. We were headed that way anyway, but still kind of lame. So what do we want to do? So let's say we did put it in here. It would look kind of like this. Kinda. I'm actually sort of confused by how I did this. How did I do this? Oh, right, because I don't actually have I just have like a status. That's actually not bad. You know what? Maybe this is okay. Okay, good. I appreciate that. I mean, you know, a lot of this is just me thinking out loud. Okay, but I actually remembered something just now that maybe makes this... I don't actually know if I think this is better or worse. We essentially have a replica. Is that bad? Is that bad the way I did that? I mean, that looks okay. So I'm just realizing, like, oh, I'm making this weird group called status, but I guess it doesn't matter because all we do with the replica is we go through and look for users, and that would never have any users. So maybe that's actually totally okay. So in other words, this means we kind of have like this durable object, this durable object off doing its own thing that is just like our status object, basically. And we route to it, but it only gets used as needed. So Cloudflare durable object threads. The only thing I'm not entirely sure of is like, does this block the main, like if we use a durable object? Okay, requests can be interleaved. So we want to avoid, you know, the main thing, I feel like an important thing, I feel like this, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like an important thing is that we don't want to like stall or slow down or block this main receiver. So that's persistent storage. A single instance on a single thread, that's okay, but what about the request? So, and maybe I'm not answering the right question. Like, is my main kind of wrapper worker, is that a single thread that is like blocking and waiting on these durable object fetches? Or is it like passing off to them and then I'm all good? You know what I mean? Or is it like not exactly either and they're kind of interleaving? Like it's not multi-threaded and it's not blocking. It's single-threaded but interleaving in some way. I'm probably not describing that correctly. It says access to a durable object is single-threaded while they wait on IO. Yeah, so like while I'm doing an await, I think I'm not like stalled here, right? While I'm doing an await. So actually that's an important point. I mean, of course there's got to be some upward limit, but I'm not just like broken while I'm awaiting, right? I'm not like, I mean, obviously, right? That's the whole point of this being asynchronous, is that it can be single-threaded but asynchronous. Is that true? I think that's true. You're my favorite rubber duck. Let's see. What do we want? Here it is. The greatest Rubber Duck song of all time. I'll probably get DMCA'd from Sesame Street itself. Or wait, what's the weird Is Life is Yours gone already? Is the stream not purple enough? What was the weird Norwegian version of Sesame Street? Sesame Station? This is a good
Well,
song.
here I am
This is
in
a
my
banger.
tubby again, and my tubby's all filled with water and nice fluffy suds.
Is Ernie just singing about how much he loves his rubber duck. Rubber ducky, you're the one. You make bath time lots of fun. Rubber ducky, I'm totally fond of you. I think he pulls a trombone out of the bathtub water. Is that true? I could be misremembering this. Okay, scrubbing through here, I'm not seeing a trombone in the bath water, but in my memory as a kid, Sesame Station. Did they have rubber duckies? They didn't have rubber duckies. They had that weird guy who looked like a coke addict with his runny nose. This guy. I don't trust this guy at all. Little too purple for my liking. More pink than purple. Depends on the picture, I guess. Definitely don't trust this guy. Their noses creep me out. Are you denying it, or does that check out? I mean, I'm not gonna accuse any Norwegian Muppets of substance abuse. That's not what I'm here to do today. But I mean, you know, is that all kids shows? Are you sure? There's something about the shape of this character that is very not Henson to me. They actually remind me more of the Muppets from Eureka's Castle. Puppets. Eureka, how do you spell Eureka's Castle? I don't remember at all. In my mind, Eureka kind of looks like that too. Oh, I'm thinking of this guy. Who's this guy? This guy. He's got the same nose as that big purple dude. Look at this nose shape. This nose shape. I think there's some lineage there. Eureka's Castle, I don't think was very good. I mean, I was probably too old for it because this is like me 9 to 15. But I did like Batley. I must confess, I did like Batley. He was like a. Hey, no, I like weird. Yeah, that's great. I'm into it. Like weird kid shows. Kid shows should be weird and slightly creepy. That's my. I'll show you some of the kid shows I watched when I was a kid. Like I feel like when I was a kid, it was a major era of import from Canada. So lots of the shows I watched when I was a kid were just like Canadian import shows. Like early Nickelodeon was basically all Canadian imports, right? And that was true for like the older kid stuff, like you can't do that on television, but also younger kid stuff like Today's Special, which is creepy as all hell. It's a weird show. A very weird show. On this freaking guy, look at his nose. He was the worst. That's a creepy puppet. The security guard, creepy puppet. Definitely had a crush on her. I don't remember this guy at all. Maybe he was the creator of the show. So this came out before the movie Mannequin. Wait a second. Did the movie Mannequin just steal the plot from Today's Special and like turn it into sex? Have we talked about this on the stream before? Well, I'm having weird flashbacks here. I feel like we talked about Today's Special before. So the premise was there's a department store, there's a security guard, there's a rat that lives there. She works there doing like window dressing, and this guy's a mannequin with a magic hat, and he comes to life at night. Right? So just to let's go over the cast of characters again. Security guard, weird security guard. designer. I think that was her job, was like department store display designer. I might be getting that wrong. That may be like conflating it, but I seem to. She worked at the department store. Let's say that. And then there's the mannequin that came to life at night, and they would like sing and dance and do weird stuff. Contrast that to the movie Mannequin. I don't know how to spell mannequin, obviously. Spell it like this. Which was 1987. Years after this. So, the movie Mannequin... Hold on here. So... Where's the There was definitely a weird security guard in Mannequin, right? Or am I thinking of Mannequin 2? Basically, in Mannequin... Instead of like a fun dancing guy who gets a magic hat and dances in the department store, the mannequin is a beautiful woman and what's his face? Andrew McCarthy wants to have sex with her. Like that's the whole, it's the same thing. It's the same show, except sex. Also though, Hollywood is one of the greatest characters in cinema history and is... It's a tragedy that Hollywood is not better remembered. Okay, let's try a couple things. So there's Mannequin, security guard. It was that creepy guy. Wasn't it like the Police Academy guy? This guy? This guy from Police Academy? I don't remember his guy's name. So these are the same person, right? Same person. Is that James Spader? He was like a rich department store creep. G.W. Bailey. Same. Okay, we got the security guard. I'm gonna say I don't remember her name. I did like her, but she's no Hollywood. Hollywood was amazing. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. I don't remember what your name was. You seem like a nice lady. You're no Hollywood. You're just not. Oh, also, it also had like this weird Elves and the Shoemaker kind of thing. Yeah, Hollywood, I mean, pure style. Head to toe drip on Hollywood every single day. There was this Elves and the Shoemaker thing where Andrew McCarthy's character gets hired, I think, as like a designer of department store windows, which I think was Hollywood's main job. But I seem to remember that actually the mannequin helped him do his work and that he was actually just a goofus and that she did all the work. Mannequin 2, they did make a second one. Hollywood was in it, which was the right choice, obviously. But the premise of Mannequin 2... I think was that she was... she's like victim of an Egyptian curse? Maybe? Oh, that's fair. I could see, yeah, there's probably like a lineage of like that's an interesting lineage. Okay, it's a medieval curse. But I thought I remember there being like a pharaoh or something. Like anyway, she's a victim of a curse. It's tough. I don't remember that being a very good movie. Not that Mannequin is a good movie. But what was Chris Rock's character's name? Ruby Rod? Is that the right name? Ruby Rod with an H. Okay, so you're saying there's some lineage between Hollywood, who lived planet Earth, United States, circa 1987, and Ruby Rod, who lived in what, the 24th century? What year are we? I can't remember when The Fifth Element takes place. I could see it. I could see some lineage there. I'm gonna say though, Ruby Rod's character was like more abrasive. I feel like Hollywood had a better personality. Hollywood, heart of gold. Ruby Rod, very flamboyant style, but like not his kind of person. Okay, 1,000 Year Curse. It's a bummer. you know, when you're cursed. But these are bad movies. They're definitely bad movies. There's also like a whole, now that I think about it, you know, just on the topic of these important films, there's also, it was like a run of like locked in the convenience or locked in the department store overnight kind of movies. Because there's a movie where someone is like locked in a Target overnight. We've talked about this before too, haven't we? I'm having weird deja vu today. Movie locked in a Target overnight. Career opportunities. An early Jennifer Connelly film, I think. We've definitely talked about this before, right? Surely we've talked about this before. John Hughes' worst movie? I wonder if that's actually true. Is this really John Hughes' like worst rated movie? Oh, Frank. What happened? Still working. It's good. It's good news. Oh, look at he's doing great. He's done great. Oh, Little Monsters. Whoa, what a tremendously bad movie. Mm-hmm. Okay, well he did great. Swing Kids. Oh yeah, of course. That's Brett. That's Brett. That's Brett from the scene. From the scene in Pulp Fiction. So the heartthrob in Career Opportunities is Brett of Say What Again fame. Or he's the one saying what, I guess. Samuel L. Jackson would be the person of Say What Again fame. So if you ever wondered, you know, what Brett's career was like, looks great. Little Monsters, though. Was he the kid? No, of course. Fred Savage was the kid. Howie Mandel. Oh, boy. Is this the worst character design of all time? I don't know. This feels like a thing I've put together before, but maybe it was in a fever dream. Who can say? Okay. Now that we know this, and now that we've gone through all this and we've arrived at Howie Mandel, okay, we're going to go one level deeper because this actually does remind me of what is the movie where they kick the Wolfman in the crotch and say Wolfman's got nards? It's not Little Monsters. Wolfman's got nards. Wait, there's a documentary called Wolfman's Got Nards? There's a documentary called Wolfman's Got Nards. Was that Seth Green? It wasn't, right? Just for a second. Wait, was it? Anyway. The movie I'm thinking of is The Monster Squad, which I can't believe there's never been a game that has... How has Monster Squad not come back in some form, especially as a video game, especially with the like popularity of certain, like, you know, whatever you call those like asymmetrical multiplayers where there's like one killer and then there's the... Was that Seth Green? Okay, so I mean, it makes sense that Seth Green would be talking about... I thought this movie was amazing when I was a kid. I kind of don't want to hear any different. I kind of don't want to hear anything different. I kind of don't want to know that it's actually a bad movie. I'm glad to see that it has some kind of cult status. What are all the monsters that are in it, though? So yeah, they love monster movies. They get Van Helsing's diary. There's an amulet, etc., etc. But what are all of the... So there's Count Dracula, the Mummy, the Gill Man, which is basically like Creature from the Black Lagoon, right? Like, yeah. And Wolfman. And then, yeah, these 3 skullgirls that come, like... He then steals a crate from a B-52 Mitchell in flight with Frankenstein's monster. It's a good movie. This is a movie. It's a movie with Dracula teaming up with the Mummy, the Creature from the Black Lagoon, Wolfman, and Frankenstein's monster. That's a good lineup. I remember 2 things from that movie. One is there's a child who's about to be ripped to shreds by the Wolfman. And then, here's how I remember it. I might be wrong. And somebody yells, "Kick him in the nards." Here's how I remember it. Child about to be murdered, ripped to shreds. Someone yells, "Kick him in the nards." Somebody expresses disbelief, to the notion that Wolfmen have nards. The kid kicks Wolfman in the nards. Wolfman collapses, and then the kid says, "Wolfman's got nards," which was like... Okay, now that I look... Okay, I'll look it up now. Wolfman's got nards. Let's see if the video... I hesitate to watch anything, though. I feel like it's going to hurt my feelings. What if it's not good?
Kick him in the nards! Kick him in the nards! He doesn't have nards!
He doesn't have nards.
Do it! Do it! Wolfman's got nards!
Okay, I'm glad to say it is exactly as I remember it from when I was, 7 years old? Wolfman's got nards. Wolfman's got nards. Wolfman's got nards. That's the main thing I remember from that movie. I remember basically nothing else. But I think it holds up. I think it holds up. I think you're right. I think it holds up. I think the other thing I remember is they his sister or somebody, basically they have to sacrifice a virgin, but then they find out she's not a virgin. I can't vaguely remember that. Wolfman's got nards. It was in that era of when they were 80s. They knew how to make movies, kids movies. You think so? I mean, I feel like Stranger Things, the whole thing of Stranger Things was trying to embrace all of the great, terrible, but also great kids sort of adventure horror movies. I'm an old person, so I'm going to say they don't make them like they used to. Okay, we just need to solve this. Let's just solve this problem. Can we just solve this problem? Let's just... How do we want to solve this problem? Let's just send this request in. If we have a user endpoint, we'll just have a dog that is like... Is this how we want to do this? What's that endpoint called? Get user info? It's called get users. That's fine. Let's just do this. Oh, we're such old people. Okay, so somebody hits this. We send it to the gateway. We just have a dog called user. I think this is fine to do. I think to just have this. I don't know. I feel like Cloudflare is not doing a good job currently of surfacing all the information you would want to know about your durable object setup. I feel like it actually does a pretty poor job, at least last time I checked, in their dashboard of surfacing all the info one might want. But I kind of like this. I don't know. This might be a bad idea, but I kind of like it because it's almost like, oh, we can have these specialized durable objects that do certain things. Like we have the status one, it does status stuff. But I feel like if we go into workers and we try to look at durable objects, I just feel like it doesn't. If we go to manage our workers, oh boy. I think this is no longer valid. We're not using these other things. That seems bad. Why is that number so high? What's this? Wonder whose stream that was. Oh wait, that's only last 24 hours. That's not very high. Never mind. That was only 9 pro. I thought this was like in the thousands or something, but it's not at all. These actually seem really low. I guess we peaked at 20 requests per second, so. Okay. Still a whole lot of, that's in the last week, 2.8 million requests. I think the problem though is that part of these, I don't know exactly what this counts though, is this hits to our endpoint because then we do the thing where we request out to the other server. We need to deprecate the old server for serious. So here's the thing with the durable objects. Yeah, errors. That this is probably hitting the other server. These numbers seem high. And another thing that I think that Cloudflare is doing a very bad job of is showing billing. You really want to be able to say, like, how much money am I going to pay? And if you look at billable usage, it doesn't show anything related to Cloudflare work or to durable objects. It shows requests. It just doesn't, yeah, I feel like it does a really poor job telling me literally like, hey, you're going to owe this much money. I feel like that's a thing it should know, right? I feel like it should be able to say like, hey, we're going to charge you this much money based on the amount of usage you have right now, which would let me say like, oh crap, I have a problem here. I almost just opened this thing with my address on it, but that's not my address anymore. So that would have been weird. So like last time I had to pay for extra, I had to pay 15 cents for an extra million clicks, which is fine. But that's like, I can't remember what the pricing is like for yeah, this has me worried, actually. Okay, let me think about this for a second. Paid plan bundled. You get 10 million. And you get this 50 millisecond CPU time. Invocations. Switch to DO? What do you mean? Switch to durable objects under... Look, if I go to workers... Oh, DigitalOcean, you mean? It's not the same thing, though. DigitalOcean doesn't quite have equivalent. I mean, I don't think they do. They don't have like a fully serverless. Actually, they do now, right? Some kind of functions thing. But I don't think they offer all the stuff like the stuff I can do here with durable objects for WebSockets. I don't think there's. I kind of don't think anybody has an equivalent for that particular thing. Which plan am I on? You should probably know that. Okay, I'm bundled. Do I want to be bundled? Okay. I think I don't want to be bundled. Actually, bundled looks like a bad thing. Because if I do Unbound, which I thought I was doing, I thought I was doing this, where you have this limit. I'm pretty confused by this, actually. Okay, yeah, I think my worker plan is bundled. That doesn't make any sense, though. How did I get charged? Doesn't seem right. Settings. What? This says Heat API production is set to bundled, but I got charged. Am I reading this incorrectly? I mean, I definitely paid another 15 cents for another million. Would this be better? 10 million a month, and then 50 cents for another million. I definitely... This is my issue. This is my issue, actually. I see. Okay, I gotcha. So even though for my workers, I'm on the bundled plan, it doesn't matter because durable objects themselves. So even though I'm getting 10 million clicks here, I only get 1 million clicks here. And so this I've been having to pay another million, which that's fine. But this I want to avoid. But this seems like I'm in trouble this month. Because I only get 400,000 gigabits per second. Gigabytes. And that's just like the memory footprint of a durable worker. Of a durable object. And then you have to pay another $12. But that kind of looks like I've already gone over. This is what it should be better than this. I'm actually pretty disappointed. I like Cloudflare. I think there's a lot of things about Cloudflare I really like. Okay, no, I think I'm okay. Actually, I think I'm okay. Because that was the whole point of us trying to bundle as many to a single replica. So at a single replica, I think I'm actually totally fine. I mean, maybe not. Let's see. So in the last week, I'm at about 43,000. So I think we're going to be okay. 2.8 million requests. So that's kind of, it feels like we're going to, there's a lot of clicks this last week for some reason. Stupidly, it won't let me check the whole month, which also sucks. But so we definitely are going over here, but like that's definitely the cheaper thing. You know, paying a few extra million. You can get an extra 10 million for $1.50, so that's fine. The problem is as soon as you cross over this, you're instantly, like if you're doing a bad job of managing this and this runs away, it can start to get expensive very quickly. And they price it such that basically if you have one durable object that is always running at all times, you basically, it's in this ballpark. This kind of sucks. I feel like this is not great. Like the way this pricing works, I think could be better. I mean, you go up by 1 million. So if you say like that means that one could be connected at this price and you go up, then you could potentially have like 4 replicas. But I'm still not crazy about the way it's pricing that. Okay, what did we actually decide to do? I think we decided... Well, we decided it didn't actually tell us. Like, if there's some limit to like the maximum number of durable objects, is that a thing we know? I don't think so. I think they charge you by like the number of active. Let's see. It's gonna find nothing because it's this thing. Here's our limits. Durable objects. So number of objects is unlimited. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's awesome. There's definitely quite a few people that are using it for super cool stuff, which I'm very into. Twitch has contacted me multiple times about using it, and once just basically ghosted me, and you know, we don't have to go into that. But I've been talking to a new group at Twitch, so we'll see how that goes. I don't have extremely high hopes, especially because they were supposed to email me again a week ago, but hey. But people are doing cool stuff with it, and I think that's awesome. So I just want to find a way to keep it up where it doesn't cost me an insane amount, and then at some point find a way to monetize it. It's so annoying now. Okay, I think this is what I've decided to do. We will just have a replica that's basically like our user data one. And what we will say is inside the durable object. I might regret this, but we will just say, it's pretty silly actually. I guess it doesn't really matter because we always bail, so we don't really need else ifs. Because if it's the thing, we're gonna bail. So let's just say if the endpoint is user, what do we want to do? Oh, we need to know how did I do this? Yeah, the individual clicks and requests is that's that number that's measured in the millions. So that's great. Like, I mean, I definitely want, you know, I would definitely want people to use it. I want them to click like crazy. We have some rate limiting for the clicks, but not that much because the clicks are cheap. Like the clicks are actually, you know, you saw 1 million clicks is 15 cents. So that's not a number I need to worry about for a while. That other number, which is kind of the price that you pay for having durable objects active. When I originally ported to Cloudflare and the durable objects, I had a durable object per channel. And so if like there were 100 people connected, which there's not usually, but say if there were 100 people connected, that's 100 durable objects, and each one of them is going to max up that 4,000 whatever gigabyte per second limit. And so I'd be paying for each of them, and it would be like hundreds of dollars a month. So that's why I did the dog version, that durable objects group version, that kind of, call it a load balanced version, so that we can say, instead of having 100 people connected to their own little nodes that I'm paying for, we basically have a single replica here. So there's just one durable object, and then everybody's connected to that durable object. Now, over time, that may not work out well. So far, it's actually been okay. Like, every broadcaster using Heat at this moment is listed here. And all of those people are on one durable object and it's working okay for routing those clicks because the clicks are super fast. And that's one of the reasons I don't want to add a bunch of other bloat, because that is handled within, I mean, probably microseconds. Certainly milliseconds, probably microseconds. I don't actually know. It's really fast. Yeah, so exactly. I think user ID should not go into that main handling. We're gonna do this thing, have a separate endpoint. I think I'm gonna be okay with this, and it's hopefully not gonna break every single thing. So we get the user ID, and then we're just gonna return some. For now, let's just return whatever. So we'll make a status body, we'll make status headers, take the original headers, we grab some other stuff into it. So this is basically whatever. Howdy, partner. And then we're gonna take whatever the original headers were. We don't have any original headers. Where'd those headers come from? Oh, those are the request headers. Is that weird? No, that's not true. Those are the headers. Those are like constant shared headers, not the request headers. So yeah, we would just do something like this. Whatever. It would look something like this. And in the middle here, we'd actually like ask which. And then we'd return this. So let's just try this real fast. npm run dev. Yeah, I think I'm going to be okay with this. I don't know. Broadly, we'll probably eventually want kind of a secondary service. Certainly if we get into monetization stuff, I think I want all that stuff running parallel. Just so that we know, like, heap proper is heap proper. Don't break it. But since this is really kind of tied to the API, I don't know. So let's get Postman. And every single time I open Postman, there is like some work stuff in it with keys I shouldn't show. So let's see how am I going to dox myself this time? Actually, shockingly, nothing too incriminating this time. So we want to do what? We want to do what? 3030? 8787. It's kind of a weird one. And we want to hit user? Users. User? User? I just called it channel, so I guess we just want user. And then it can just be user123. So get was broken. We broke it. Great. All right, I should probably update this. So localhost 8787, localhost 87, user123. Oh, yeah, we don't have HTTPS for local. Okay. What did we get back? What? What happened? Okay, good. Server error. Great. What do we break? I could use yarn. Am I yarning here? I can't even remember. I just went with whatever they were doing. It should be, I mean, it's the same either way, right? You're probably right, though. I probably actually did set this up with yarn. It would have been whatever they did, because I don't really have an opinion. I can't actually remember. Guess it doesn't really matter, right? Okay. Failed to parse URL. Oh, no. This is, shoot. That's actually an issue with the durable object groups. So what did I do wrong here? Because it was working with status. We get the ID from gateway. We want to identify here. Should just create a new one. Because if I did status here, also broken. Great. Yarn update. I don't really remember if I set this up with Yarn or NPM. Does everyone use Yarn now? Who knows? Wait, did you not actually? Oh, it should just be install, right? Oops. Will it get the good grief? Will it get the? Does everybody use Yarn now? Am I out of it? All the cool kids use Yarn these days? Oops. But you're not up to date, right? Or did you just messing with me? I don't think it really updated. Maybe it did. Okay, what silly thing have I done incorrectly? That's pretty weird, because I was almost sure this was working. Dino. What is Dino? I can't use any of this. I hate web development. Every week, there's someone who's like, oh, you don't use Snorblaz? Everybody uses Snorblaz now. You don't use BlipBlop? I can't believe you still use Carflax. Don't you know everyone uses BlipBlop now? Every single person uses BlipBlop. I've been using BlipBlop for 2 weeks now. What is Dino? Is this true? Is this, we're not even using Node anymore? Wait, what? Oh my god, I can't deal with this stuff. Is Yarn upgrade really gonna work? It's mad at me because there's I don't think that this wasn't a Yarn project. There would be a lock file, right? So what's going on over here? It's raining. I think it actually maybe it did update because it seemed like MiniFlare was the latest version. I just wasn't sure. I knew there was an issue with durable objects. Oh, actually, that's the problem. That's probably the problem. Right? I think there was an issue. I think I'm the one who created the issue. And I think dude fixed it. No, this is the latest version. It should fix this problem. Right? Maybe it was even older than this one. How do you see all the releases? Come on, GitHub. Come on, buddy. I thought one of these was me. That's me. Okay, but that still isn't the... That's still that identity... Gosh, what is that called? Uh-oh, usage was MiniFlare 2. Oh, this, broken. Awesome. Good. Great. Very good. Very good. So dog's broken, is that what you're telling me? I think I updated it because we were working on Cloudflare brokers. It's this thing. We fixed this, though. How did we fix this? We fixed it in a way that was dumb and annoying. Epic Mice, how's it going? Oh my gosh, I didn't even register that Dino was Node backwards. Okay, what are we doing here? So I remember now that there was some stupid deprecation thing that we had to manually set here. I hope none of this is secret. I don't think it is. This thing, where we could durable object fetch allows relative URL. So we specifically set this. Oh man, okay. So we're just broken. Getters and setters. New URL parser implementation. I mean, you would think it wouldn't break because I'm using a version that was compatible with the version that was working at the time it was working, right? Like, well, let's go ahead and just go to the future. A lot of 2s and 0s in there. You don't have to make an extension because I already have. That's what we're working on now. So if you wanted to make an extension that did that, yes, you could, but Heat already does that. So you could just use Heat if you wanted. So when you click, you get log the positioning. No, I mean, I hope not. Twitch has used this extension, so I would, but who knows? Certain groups at Twitch have used this extension, so some people at Twitch like it, and they have approved it. So far, I mean, certainly tomorrow there could be some stupid thing that was like, somebody at Twitch is like, oh yeah, you're violating something and Heat needs to be totally shut down because you're whatever. Stealing people's click info or whatever. But as of yet, that has not happened. So yeah, if we just go to like, heat.jrc/hello world, you get all the click coordinates. They're anonymized by default. But then as you click here, you see I get all the click coordinates. And so by default, I get this anonymous ID. So people have to opt in to get the real user ID. That is another thing. I don't actually persistently store it. I just pass it through, but somebody on the front end could do it. Yeah, I mean, Heat's been running for like 3 years now. A fair number of people use it. It seems to work okay. Oh, I see. Are you building a platform that rivals Heat? Are you my enemy? What an outrage. This is outrageous. You come into my channel. So what are we going to do here? Is this just broken? With no response from the developer of that Heat, of the Cloudflare dog, which is just kind of on a random GitHub repository, but is actually sort of required to be able to use... Oops. To even be able to use durable objects effectively for WebSockets, you kind of have to. I mean, I think you definitely can do that. I think there's plenty of people that do that. You could argue that, like, you know, any of the sticker extensions or whatever do that. Although all those are bit-based, so Twitch doesn't care because they still get money. Twitch might care if you fully circumvent their ability to get money. That's probably where they would care. Well, Godspeed trying to fight the lawyers of Amazon and Google. Good luck to you. But I don't think you'll have to. I mean, it will
The biggest issue is if there's something in the TOS about, which I don't know. I actually don't know if Twitch has that. I don't know that they do. Like Kyle keeps trying to get me to build the thing to circumvent, to just let people basically give streamers Amazon gift cards. And it's kind of like, well, maybe they would go for that because it's all Amazon, right? Okay, this is stupid. So this is not even my thing, right? This is the thing that's going on inside Dog. And, oh man, I don't want to deal with this. So what is actually broken? So somebody posted this more than a month ago. Bummer. So previously when I had this identify error, it was specifically because of that, like, of this thing, of this compatibility, durable object fetch allows relative URL. Is that not, like, this was me. Look, it's me. Yeah, I mean, as it turns out, Epic Mice is now my mortal enemy. I never chose this. But here we are. No, we're enemy. Come on. Can't I just have one enemy? So this sucks. So just to give a slight backstory on this, Heat announced durable objects, and at first when they announced them, they did not announce anything about them in terms of pricing. But it was almost the first time that it was like, oh my gosh, somebody actually built a scalable WebSocket solution. Because normally WebSocket solutions are not scalable unless you're just like spinning up more instances of whatever, you know, paying $1 trillion to Amazon. And so I was very excited about that. And so I ported everything to use Cloudflare durable objects. Then they announced the pricing, and the pricing was basically, oh, yeah, you can't do that. You can't do this thing that you had planned to do where every user has a durable object because it becomes insanely expensive, hundreds and hundreds of dollars a month. And so to help alleviate that, this fellow, who's like some sort of crazy champion of Cloudflare, I hope you still work there, Luke. This fellow, although the fact that this is on his personal account is very troubling. I guess he's still writing, looks like he's still submitting to Cloudflare stuff. I think he's a Cloudflare employee, but he released this thing called Durable Object Groups that is basically like this load balancing thing, so you can get more mileage out of a single durable object, which is cool. That's cool, but I rely on it fully. Like, I rely on this fully. It's not like just a fun side project. And actually, wait, no, it is. It's fully, it's on there. So it's his, it's straight up on Cloudflare. Sorry, I thought it was on his personal GitHub, but it's straight up on Cloudflare. But are you telling me that this doesn't work with Miniflare 2? And no response to it in a month? That sucks, because I feel like this is, even if it's semi-unofficial or semi-official, whatever, like Cloudflare employees pointed to me to this. And so it's pretty sucky. What's weird is with Miniflare 1, it worked locally, but not on the server. Durable objects are like this. It's like a shared piece of state in the cloud. So that can mean kind of a lot of things. You can use it to store data, whatever, just as like, here's a JavaScript object I have that lives in the cloud somewhere that I can do whatever I want to with it. The thing that's cool about it is the way that it brokers WebSocket connections. So it's pretty easy to just like arbitrarily scale up and down a WebSocket service, which is often annoying, and can get expensive really quickly. And this can get expensive quickly, unfortunately, because the way they announce pricing, in my opinion, is like the worst possible way they could have priced this thing. It really sucks. But they at least had this solution where it's like, okay, we know our pricing sucks, but we made this thing, go use this thing. So I use this thing. I have had some problems with this thing. That issue that I had filed was fixed. Because previously it worked locally, but not remotely. So my fear actually is that Miniflare 2 is not respecting this. So is Miniflare 2 the problem? I don't know. So 230. Oops. I just am worried that it's not going to like, that this doesn't support compatibility flags or something, you know? Maybe it doesn't. Oh. Compatibility. Behavior. Doesn't work in Miniflare. I feel like this is going to be annoying to try to debug. So either I need to downgrade to an old Miniflare for this project, which doesn't make any sense though, because it feels like I updated to 2.2.0 and that it worked, right? Right? But I specifically don't want that. You need, the incoming clicks are just HTTP for sure. So all the incoming clicks are just HTTP requests, but then you want all of those available to the broadcaster in as real time as possible, right? You want to get the data immediately. And so those HTTP requests come in and then I have them go out to WebSockets. So I previously had that on AWS, and it got expensive pretty quickly. I had it on Heroku, it was relatively cheap, but to scale it up, it would have been expensive. So if you want the real time for your broadcasters, you don't have a lot of choice. I guess you could like poll and have a very, very short polling interval. But if you're talking about a ton of broadcasters with an absurdly short polling interval, polling for changes, and then what if you do with the broadcasters like connected twice and they're both polling? How do you like expire them if like, oh, I have OBS open, but then I also have this other I have like 2 layers of heat open in OBS and they're both doing the polling. Who decides when they get expired? Whatever. I just wanted to avoid that. And also, by the way, in that scenario, I do have to cache for some amount of time while I'm waiting for the broadcaster to look. If I use WebSockets for the broadcaster, I know that as things come in, they go straight out to the broadcaster, and I'm just like, I'm just routing, basically. I'm not having to store or cache or do anything. That's not quite true, because I still have to do a little bit of routing to decide where the broadcaster's connected. But generally, the durable objects do that for me here. Previously, I did that with Redis, and then with what's it called? Elasticache. Yeah, I mean, it's not a terrible way to go. I actually wish there was a better way for like. I mean, actually, I think in a number of cases, like with Socket.io, if you connect with Socket.io and it can't get a WebSocket connection, it will default to polling. So like polling is not the worst idea in the world, but for this specific instance, it just wasn't ideal for me. You know, you can imagine if you just wanted something that's like, oh, it needs to update only every 10 seconds or whatever. Like, yeah, just do polling. It's fine. But in this case, especially because I already have so much latency imposed by the video, I wanted to avoid introducing any other latency, because if you do polling, you're adding whatever your polling interval is, you're adding potentially that much latency to whatever the response is. So, I mean, it could work. It's just, it didn't feel ideal for this. The fact that I'm stuck on this is so irritating, though, because this has nothing to do with anything. This is not even a Miniflare problem. It's like this double stack problem of like, okay, I have to use Miniflare to be able to test locally because Cloudflare's local testing kind of requires it. And then I have to use Dog to like do this basically load balancing thing to multiple durable objects. So I'm basically required to use both of those things, and they don't work together. Is that what I'm seeing here? Now, this error I had previously was specifically related to. Oh wait, I don't know what was that. What was that time? Was specifically related to the way Dog does internal routing. So, like, basically, Luke, my buddy Luke, whatever his name is. What's Luke's name? I don't remember. He seems very prolific. Uses like fake URLs for routing internally. Yeah, this. What the heck is this library? UNDICI? What is that? What are you? What are you? My GitHub is Scott Garner. Yeah, but then that means you need a database. That means you need to be storing it. You need to decide when those things. I guess if you're going to store it in perpetuity, then you could just use a timestamp. So if you were going to do polling, I guess you would just poll and say only give me things after date X. I wouldn't use a database for that. It's too slow. I mean, I would use if you use Redis, you instantly could do PubSub and like talk to everybody all at once. Or Elasticache or whatever. I'm sure Azure has some equivalent for like fully memory. I think that's a basic premise of Redis, right? Elasticache too. It's like all in memory. There's no reason, like a database, like why would you write these things to disk? Why would you use storage? Like, not my approach. It's pure transience. Like any one click is not. It's not important to. What is this? Okay. So inside of this is an HTTP client that they're using, I guess, for their routing, but apparently this inside doesn't like their fake URL format. That's annoying. Bummer. It just doesn't like this URL. Yeah, but wait, but that's almost like a how do I want to put it? Like a I mean, it's almost like a UDP versus TCP thing in principle, where there's like certain kinds of things where you're constantly broadcasting new information. So like information in the, any one instance of any single packet is not that relevant. The thing that's more important is latency. So like when you're dealing with TCP, you're like very careful to say like, hey, I sent you that. Did you get it? Tell me you got it. Hey, I got it. Are you sure? Did you get it? Whatever. Like the thing that is most important with TCP is like to make sure that something is point A to point B, and that's verifiable, but you waste a lot of time to verify that versus UDP is just like, whatever, spew it out. If you didn't get that one, you get the next one, whatever. So like for my use case, I don't have a scenario where I would care to have someone connect and care about a click that happened 5 minutes ago. Like I mean, the way this system's designed, you just would never care. Like you just wouldn't. The one exception to that I think of is maybe at a certain point. This actually happened with the thing we did for Twitch. Like once you're getting into the realm of tens of thousands of potential users for a single broadcaster, like the whole system could easily handle that. But say you have a single broadcaster and you're trying to send that broadcaster click data, over a WebSocket pipe, there's a certain point you're going to saturate that. It would take a lot to saturate that, but you could. It would take a lot, but you could. You might start thinking like, okay, we don't need to send them every single click. We'll just aggregate clicks and send an aggregated version of the clicks. In that case, it does make sense to have some intermediate data store, but I would still not use a database for that because like what you just don't need to go through all that. I mean, yeah, Redis or something like that, some in-memory, very transient data store with built-in expiration and all that handy stuff. What do we do about this? This sucks. So I can't, you're just telling me I can't work because this library buried in here is not happy. So you're telling me that Mini Flare 2 just straight up doesn't work at all? But that doesn't make sense because the fact that I had Mini Flare in here when we started today kind of implies that I had already upgraded to Mini Flare 2 and that it was working. So what else would have changed? What else could have changed? Okay, let's just nuke this. Oops. Is this Windows? Oh dear. Hey. Let's just reinstall just to make sure, because I'm not totally sure about that Mini Flare upgrade. But I'm pretty sure this is not going to make any difference. Oops. Okay, this isn't going to work. I don't think it's going to work. But I mean, I'm not saying you're totally wrong. There definitely for that aggregation notion, I've definitely had that in my mind. So like it could, because I imagine you're whatever, some streamer with 1 million viewers at once, and you're trying to play your game and you're trying to play this multiplayer game. You don't want your connection saturated by individual clicks. So at that point, it probably really does make sense to say like once per second, even just say, there were this many clicks in this region or something. I even thought about like rounding them, making some grid of a certain resolution on the screen and just saying like, this area had this many clicks, whatever. As yet, I haven't needed that. And I've been really trying to avoid it because I don't really want to persistently store anything. But that could change eventually. Okay, this is just not going to work, right? We're just broken. So this underlying stupid library doesn't like the fake URL required by my dude Luke. So should we just downgrade Mini Flare? Is that the easiest answer here? The thing that's crazy though is I thought we were using Mini Flare 2.0. Am I just fully misremembering that? I thought we were doing it, everybody. If I downgrade to this, is it going to work, or is it just going to be broken in other exciting ways? Who can say? So is 1.4.1 the latest version? That doesn't seem right. We've worked on this since then, right? Right? Wait, is this written in Rust? Oh my god. Rust workers. Life is yours. It's your favorite language. Okay, what are we going to do, everybody? Just downgrade to 1.4.1? I feel like this is not going to work. This is not going to go well for me. Okay, get out of here again. Get out of here. Nobody likes you. It's not going to go well. Why did that install so suspiciously quickly? I didn't like it. What's the syntax? Is that how you do it? Or is it at? It's ampersand, isn't it? Is that how you do it? Oh, that's dev. Oops. Is that true? Rust? Am I going to go all in on Rust? Maybe I will. Ouch. Ouch. Don't look at all my security vulnerabilities. going to say that's okay if they're all local. Oops. My local machine will be vulnerable. Two 2.3.0 includes breaking changes. I don't care. Okay. That's good. Okay. What a waste of my time. What an awesome waste of time. Very exciting. So we got to do like all our stupid validation stuff. I feel like 90% of this script is just, that's the wrong script. I feel like 90% of this, of everything, 90% of everything is always just validation. So we just want to make sure that the user ID looks like a user ID, right? Because we'll always say that you have to give, oh boy. I guess we don't necessarily. Channel ID. So we need to have a channel ID. Okay. We just want to use basically the same logic. Right? We want to say that you got a user ID. And it's got to be a number. So now if we try this, it's going to be happy. If we put an A in here, we should get an invalid user ID. That's good. If we don't have any numbers, we should get missing user ID. So that's all fine. So now, okay. How do we do this? Because we need an app. We need an app token. Do I have to request that? Can I just have it? Like, do I have to jump through hoops? We did something recently where it wouldn't take an app token and we had to use a... We had to use a user token. Oops. And we had to, you know, do all the stupid user token stuff. What was the easy way? App tokens can only be OAuth credentials. Right. Do these expire? Server to server. Did these expire? You think they would tell me if they expire, right? Like OAuth expires. App token? Probably still expires, right? Just to annoy me. So we also have to do this. Really? Is that true? I think it's true. How oh boy. Wonder what the like normal expiration for these is. If it's like 10 years, then I'm gonna just say we're good, you know, and not try very hard. If it's like 10 minutes, then, you know, we gotta do it right. Which is annoying because that's potentially 2 requests and so on and so forth. So let's do this. Let's just... That means I got to put some secrets into Postman and accidentally... Client credentials. Is that right? Client credentials. Okay, we need a client secret and a client ID. So let me just Let me just put all that stuff on my screen, like you know I like to do. Look at that guy back there. It's great. A little blown out. A lot blown out. Yeah, I realize that. So the backend will do the request. The issue is like how frequently the token expires. If the token almost never expires, then I can, you know, I'll just do it once and I'll just store that token and it'll be fine. And like I'll just say, if in 10 years it breaks, I'll be like, okay, you got me. It's 10 years later and it broke. I should have been more careful. If it's like 10 minutes, then that means anytime anybody hits this endpoint, I need to look and see like, oh, is my token expired? If it's not expired, request a new token, so on and so forth. It's fine. I just don't want, I guess I don't want to try any harder than I need to just because it's a little annoying. It's not that annoying. It's just enough annoying that I don't want to do it. So I just want to see what the I want to see what the expiration is. Invalid grant type. So expires in, I think that's seconds. It expires in 5 million seconds. So 5 million seconds in years. Nope. So 5 million seconds is about 2 months. Yeah, 60 days. Yeah. Okay, so I need to really do it. I need to really write it. I don't want to. It's not that it's that hard. It's just I don't want to be doing any of this. All of this is just because of Twitch expiring the V5 endpoints, but whatever. Whatever. Let's just do it. Especially since I've already spent 3 hours of the stream complaining and actually haven't done any work yet. But that's to be expected. That's just normal. Oh, does that even give me a refresh token? It does. Wait, the refresh token expires too? Does it really? Actually, it gave me nothing for the refresh token. So, awesome. Wait, is that really true? Come back. Postman. Shoot, I shouldn't have closed that. I don't know for app auth might not give you. Wait, come back. Okay, come here. Send. No, I didn't get a refresh token on that endpoint at least. I only get an access token and I get an expiration. I don't actually pay attention to see if it gave me the same token. It may just be that since this particular endpoint for app auth, maybe they don't give you one. I don't know. So, how much do I care? Kind of a really weird thing is so I'm just like hitting send over and over again, asking for new tokens, probably going to get rate limited, whatever. But it's giving me a different expires in every time. I wonder if it's just from different endpoints. Like, it's pretty weird. Like pretty broad, like tens of thousands of seconds difference. I don't like the expires in. I would much prefer they just gave me a UTC time. Because how am I supposed to know? I guess I have to look at my own clock and store it. Okay. Whatever. Let's just do it. let's just do it this dumb way first. Let's do it with no caching first. Response? Did you find it? Refresh. Build applications in such a way they're resilient to token authentication failures. In other words, an application capable of refreshing tokens should not need to know how long a token will live. Rather, it should be prepared to deal with the token becoming invalid at any time. At any time. To allow for applications to remain authenticated for long periods in a world of expiring tokens, we allow for sessions to be refreshed in accordance with the guidelines in refreshing access tokens. To refresh a token, you need an access token refresh token pair. They didn't give me one in the response. So it says I need a pair. They didn't give me a pair. That's fine. Rendered senseless. We still haven't fixed this, but I've basically been complaining for 3 hours. It's just like they're out to get me at every step of the way. Let token. I mean, we can try to store this, whatever. This sucks, though. That means we have to, like... That's just lame. Like, we try to use it, and if it fails, we do the thing, and we try to use it again. Like, I don't want to do that. Wait, I misunderstood the purpose? Of which part? Misunderstand which part? Correct. No, I understand I understand the concept of a refresh token. I'm telling you, they don't give me one from that endpoint. This endpoint did not give me a refresh token. In fact, you can even see in their example, we respond, etc., etc. There's no refresh token in this response. In our example, there's no refresh token in this response. And what I got from them when I called it manually from Postman, I got no refresh token. Wait, how? How do I ask for one? Normally it would just come in this response. Like if you look up here, if you look up at this workflow, this OAuth authorization flow, you definitely get a refresh token. But this is an OAuth client credentials flow, which is specifically, they say if you want an app access token to use the OAuth client credentials flow, the OAuth client credentials flow does not return a refresh token. I could use, I guess, my personal account information to get a, but I don't want to do that. I want to authenticate. I want to do the application authentication, or the whatever they call it. App access token authentication. Not, I don't want to like be sending these through as my like personal account or anything. So it would appear that app access token, you are required to use OAuth client credentials flow, and that OAuth client credentials flow does not return a refresh token. So you basically get a access token that's good for 60 days, and you do your business. But that's okay, because I don't care enough. I almost am going to say, okay, I think I know what I'm going to say. Let me decide if I think it's true or not. Yeah, here's what I think. I don't think you ask for one for this on this endpoint. I might be wrong about that. I've never used the situation. Any other API I've used with OAuth, you get a refresh token or you don't. But that's fine. I don't care that much. I mean, I almost don't care to the point that I would just ask every single time just because I don't care. But I don't want to like get rate limited for asking for too many tokens, So we'll do this. I forgot. Did we come up with a way to deal with query strings that aren't stupid? I don't think we did. It's like a non-stupid query string. Is it param? Params? No, it's just stupid no matter what. We haven't really done much of this here. I mean, actually, I don't know if we've done this at all. Like, just hitting. That's fine. We'll do life is yours favorite thing with backticks. It'll be great. Okay, so we got a method, we got a URL, client ID, we know, client secret, we know, scope. I didn't send a scope. Do we need a scope? It's optional. I didn't send a scope. Did it say I needed a scope? Probably did, right? Is it in here? I'm lost. Really don't like this reference. What was it? It was like get users? Okay, does this... Okay. Read user email scope. Okay, to include the user's verified email address in the response. So I don't want to do that. So it seems like I don't need a scope. Seems kind of crazy that they would even let me do that. Okay, I'm going to say we don't need a scope. I'm going to say we're asking for client credentials. So all this is fine. Client ID equals, what is it? Okay, we already have some of this stuff. Sure, you can be const, why not? Well, whatever. Just get up here, everybody. Zero client ID is going to be equal to client ID. Client secret, my client secret. Oops. No, the grant type is all fine. Oops. No space at the end, please. That was weird. What? Ah, man. Hate that. Great. What did I do? Okay. Anyway. What am I forgetting? Make a new app access token. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, active procrastination. That's not bad. Yes, this is OAuthing for application. Yeah, so that makes sense. So like, I'm writing it in such a way that every single request will ask for an app access token, which is obviously not the way to do this. But I just want to get it working first, and then I will add some kind of caching, whatever. What did I break? 273. What? Oh. I clicked it like 10 times in Postman and it let me do it. So I'm not rate limited yet. It's very possible that I will end up rate limited while testing this, but so far, not rate limited yet. Okay, so we'll get this response and we want to do like let JSON equal response dot. Now we need to say like if response dot status equals 200. Await response dot JSON. And then token will be equal to, where was it? Where's the stupid authentication thing? Not doing CLI. Where are you? Authentication. Yes. Client credentials is what we need. Okay, so we get something back that is basically this access token. So JSON access. Wait, how does that come back in? Get an underscore there. What? Is this gonna work? Kind of feel like this isn't gonna work, right? Okay, I'm gonna move this over here. And wait, okay, I probably have secret things here. Open this. Okay, go back here. Good. Send. Missing user ID. 1, 2, 3. Invalid user ID. Wait, really? I mean, first of all, yes, but also no. I deleted some very important... Oh man, for real? Uh-oh. Okay. Don't do that. Oops. Don't save. Good heavens. Okay, we needed, is Nan? 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 Channel ID? Good grief. Missing user ID. If Nan. User ID. I know I'm on the wrong screen. Which in a minute. Invalid user ID. Okay. That was a silly mistake on my part. Do this, do this. Now do this. Shoot. Oh, that's fine. I just need to pass. The environment is passed into the durable object. So that's fine. Okay. Kyle, how's it going? Twitch is deprecating their old API that's been around forever, and it's how I look up usernames. So, you know, just for sport, they like to just break things. Postman is awesome. Postman is it is impossible, in my opinion, to develop web services without Postman, especially now that they added WebSocket support. It's killer. It's the best. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they'll do that. If they'll like if there's some pool that they will rotate through, or I don't know. Kyle, I've missed you. Where have you been? How have you been? Why have you been that way? Why are you like this? So I feel like something's broken. Yeah, I definitely know I should use one access token. I don't want to get caught up. It's a order of operations thing here. Like the notion of caching and reusing an access token is less important to me than getting an access token and like validating the rest of the workflow that I want to go through. If I get through this workflow and it works the way that I want it to work, then I will go in and fix that part. But it's very possible that I might decide I don't want to do things this way, and then like any extra work spent like validating the access token just is not going to, I mean, caching the access token, it's just not time well spent. So that will be a last step for me. So our request to Twitch is failing. So I know I'm hiding this, but I have all the client secret stuff. So console.log URL, see how my URL is broken. That looks very broken indeed. It's like extremely broken, impressively broken either. Why would that be that broken? Blazor, Draken likes Blazor. Wait, Iron Mouse. What's an Iron Mouse? Is that another thing? You use that instead of Postman? Iron Mouse. It's not a bad name. Wait, is Iron Mouse a person? Iron Mouse is a person. I thought it was a piece of software. See, I don't know anything. Well, that was a VTuber. Okay, so how is my URL this broken? It's actually pretty impressively broken. I'd show you, but it's got 2 secrets in it. 2 secrets. Should I become a VTuber? Okay, so what's wrong with my... Well, there's a completely extraneous bracket there, so yeah, it's not going to work. Otherwise, it doesn't look too bad. I have a client ID, I have a client secret, and I have a grant type. And it is a, okay, I gotta be secret again. This looks like a good URL to me. I've seen a lot of URLs in my day. This to me looks like prime URL, page not found. Is it literally because there's no slash here? Because that would be awesome. That would be so cool. Oh wait, no, it's a post. Did my method not work? What? I'm so confused. It's a post. Did I get this URL wrong somehow? Like, I straight up pasted it. Method equals post. I have my method in there. Okay, that worked here, but it didn't work over yonder. So what's my whole entire problem? Console.log response, what, status text? That? Bad request, it says. Was live but asleep? Interesting.
Hey, I have a. Uh-oh, wait. Is there beef now? What's happening? Rendered senseless fighting Kyle? Oh my gosh. Oh no. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Heat-related beef. Finally. Finally rendered senseless can battle Kyle. I've been waiting for this my whole life. Kyle already tried to break rendered senseless. Okay. Does anyone know what we're doing or why? We've got... I like this thing back here. It's like I have a spooky ghost living in my room. We'll give the ghost a little tickle. Hey. Boop. 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 That's the sound. That's the sound of tickling a ghost. Boop. 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 I should probably make that respond to heat, huh? Boop. So you could give the ghost a little kiss. Boop. Boop. I don't even have heat turned on. Okay. First problem, why isn't he turned on? Second problem, boop. It only responds to the boop. Ignore my mouse pointer. Don't look at that. Double boop? Wait, are you implying that I'm using a hand? Are you calling me a liar? Boop. Wait, hold please. Kyle's questioning my integrity here. Don't look at the mouse pointer. The mouse pointer is just over here sitting on this box. Ignore it entirely. Boop. Okay, both-handed boop. Boop, 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 boop. See? Boop, 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 boop. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, wait, maybe I did this. No, I didn't. Both hands and elbows in frame? Wait. Boop. 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 It's like my little ghost friend. It's like a little... But Josie? But Yossi? Oh gosh, what happened? Oh god, oh no, oh god, no. Oh no, everyone can see that my ghost is really a web browser. Oh no, hold it, hey. Look, I don't know what you think you saw, but you didn't see it, first of all. I don't know what... I'm sick of these accusations. That was the wrong button. You're hurting my feelings. And yeah, I'm sad now. I just want to eat some Thai food and feel better. The most surprising thing, actually, I will say out of all of that, the most surprising thing is Kyle didn't ask to see my feet in frame. I'm going to say I'm shocked. I'm top 30 in software. Top 30, it's my dream. I remember when I was a kid and I would say to my mom, like, someday, Mom, I'm going to be in the top 30 of something. One of these days. Okay, here's the question though. Would I be higher or lower if I did show my feet to Kyle? And this, I'm not trying to shame or embarrass Kyle. You're in the top 500,000. Congratulations. I'm pretty jealous. I'm actually, yeah, I gotta say. That's pretty impressive. Okay, I've so lost everything, what we're talking about. Okay, I was trying to figure out how to say Bayosi or Bajosi. And then we got so distracted by Kyle's weird commands, like I'm some kind of... Do you think I could be in the top 30 posts on WikiFeet?
Is that what I'm hearing here? What's wrong with my request? Did I forget how to do this? Probably. What's the way? How do you do this? In the that looks like a URL to me. I got a bad request. Jose, that is more correct. How? Oh, were there any required headers? I don't even look. Is that the problem? I don't think there are. There's no headers. It's just a post. All I did was post. I said method is equal to post, right? Post. How do I? Why is this broken? Let's just do this. I know I'm not showing anything, but the second I show it, I'm going to accidentally show some secret key. Like that's guaranteed. Bad request. Okay. I'm going to say I like Bayosi myself. Bayose. So why am I getting a bad request here? I said if response status. So what is the response? The response status, I'm guessing I'm getting a 500 error. Yeah. $400 bad request. Oh, so I am using a .env. I'll bring it over in a second. It's because I'm logging right now, and I'm logging the URL, and the URL in this case takes you put your secret in the URL because that's what Twitch wants. So I will stop logging the URL because I think the URL is actually okay, and then I will click some buttons, and I'll click here, and I'll get a bad request, and why? What am I forgetting? Method is post, right? Is that not right? There's something weird about its. There's a request initialization. They have their own init object, but it's Cloudflare request quest. You know how Twitch is. I mean, at least it's HTTPS, right? It's HTTPS. It should be secure. Maybe, I don't know, maybe? No, probably not, right? Like URLs aren't encrypted in that way, right? So yes, my secret's just in the URL. I thought I could just put my method in here as a string. I think it's maybe going in as a, if I had to guess. Is there some header that's missing or something? Like, what am I missing? The URL looks well formed, I will say. So I'm fetching the URL method post. I'm not sending any additional headers, and all I'm doing is looking for response status, and it's coming back 400. So I feel like I'm just missing something totally dumb and obvious. Right? So what totally dumb and obvious thing am I missing? Forget users. Wait, there is a header here. Get users does have a client ID header. Wait, I'm sorry. Wrong. We're doing this, not this. We're doing this. This has no headers, right? It's just a post to this URL with these parameters. I didn't include a list of scopes. But the thing that's confusing, let me just try it again. When I log my manufactured URL, and I go into Postman, and I paste the URL, the Duke of Earl, into... Well, that time I got a 404. Okay, so if I hit it with a GET request, it's a 404. If I hit it with a post, I get a token. So we know it's not the method. Is it because... Is it because there's some header required that I'm not sending or something that Postman is sending? So we want no authentication. Let's turn off all headers. I got a bad request. It's mad at me for not sending a host header. I think. When I toggle the host header in Postman, it breaks. What do we do about that? What do we do about that, everybody? I feel like I've never cared about that in my entire life. My secret, my client ID are good. So I just logged this URL and I used it in Postman. It was fine. The thing I didn't notice is that Postman does automatically add a host header for you. So seems like I need a host header. But doesn't that seem like that should be a thing that's just for me? There for me? Done for me? I don't want to rewrite the host header. I just want the host header. Can I pass it through from the original request? That'd be a weird thing to do. Because I have the headers from the request, right? So presumably I can just pass through the headers from the original. Can I do that? Am I going to go to jail? I'm going to web development jail. That was a bad request. I feel like it was a good try. Do I actually have the request? I have the request here. You'd think it'd be in request headers, right? Pass this through. I mean, I certainly could have done that incorrectly. But these are all the headers. We got all the crap. My host header looks great. It may not be happy with that host header. I don't know. I don't know. JavaScript will never be good. It just will never happen. It just can never. It's just not possible. Oh, I didn't even see those follows. Thank you. First of all, how long have I been streaming? It was 3.5 hours. I've accomplished nothing. Bajosi, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. You may not know this, but I am one of the top streamers with a haunted wall. I like the wall ghost. I feel like I could get used to the wall ghost. Should I rewrite this in Rust? Good heavens. What did we get that time? Still a bad request. Why is my request bad? Can I see the whole response? Maybe it'll actually tell me what it's mad about. So this is the response from Twitch on why it doesn't like my header, right? Wait, what? Missing authorization header. Wait. What? Excuse me? Okay, let's have no headers for a second. Let's just, or whatever. Headers. No headers. No whammies. No headers. Ignore these headers. We're just doing our thing here. Wait, missing replica ID. Excuse me? What? I don't know what it's talking about. Wait, give it a go? Wait, are you saying I should write it in Go or should I write it in Rust? It's like a who's on first thing. What? Why is this response here? This missing the replica ID. Huh? Okay, I kind of actually do like this. So it would be how do you do this? What's this trick? Where you like can concatenate the... Didn't we do this somewhere? We did this. I see. Whatever that thing is, like that expansion dude. So let's just start with this. Oh, oops. Well, we can't do this. Let's see. Definitely don't want to overwrite. In fact, let's just do this. Right? That way we can inject other stuff in here if we need to. Oops. Okay, so what's broken and why? I don't even know why I try to not show secret things, because I'm definitely going to show them. Missing replica ID. Wait, where did that even come from? How's that even a thing? Get rid of this, and we should get missing user ID. Oh, is this like extra dumb? Are we accidentally... This might be extra dumb. Okay, we got our no user ID. That's good. If we do this, we should get invalid user ID. That's good. 1, 2, 3, 4. How is this happening? This is our response, and we're getting a response that says missing replica ID. But how? I mean, is it just so? Is this just like so beyond wrong that we shouldn't even consider this? Because that's not what we saw before. So let's try this, and then we do this. How are we suddenly getting this? This almost seems like we're hitting localhost or something. Okay, let me just slug URL again, because I feel like not what I was getting a second ago. I'm just feel like I'm missing something. Obviously missing something. The question is just how dumb is it? Is it super obvious and I should know? Or is it just absurd and they should be ashamed of themselves? I could certainly be wrong. No question. Okay. id.twitch.tv. Let me just check this URL once again. I get a 404 if I do a get. If I do a post, I get an access token. Only if I have their, like the Postman automatic headers set. So
Oh my gosh, I almost showed the secret. It's behind this window. Oh my gosh, it was such a close call. I could have been hacked. Okay, so I don't know, everybody. Seems dumb to me. This missing replica ID is very suspicious because that sounds like a local problem, you know? Like, let's just comment this out for a second. I just want to make sure I don't see that with a normal request, right? We just get it. There's no issues. It's all good, right? And then we get the whole response. And if the response fails, can we get the response body like this? I probably just showed it. Did I just show it? That's weird because I was logging the URL. Oh, because I didn't actually hit the button, right? Did I hit it? Whatever. I'm just going to reset the token anyway. What? Response.body. Is it text or body here? I can't believe this. This is like the most trivial, stupid thing. I should not be stuck on this. Missing the replica ID. What are you talking about? What are we talking about? I don't understand. Missing the replica ID. Surely that's not coming from Twitch. Like, replica ID sounds to me like a dog thing, right? Like, that sounds to me, let's just check. Missing replica, replica ID. That sounds like to me, oh boy, this is a mess. Ooh. I don't even know how to do this. Okay, missing. Oh, I went into Git mode. Don't get in there. Missing replica. Just want to see if that's like locally anywhere in the local code base. No, I don't. Which is weird, because I thought that was going to be me having a dog problem. Dog problem. But it appears to maybe not be a dog problem. Appears to maybe be a problem of a different color. Maybe. Let's see. Does this help? Are we getting some stupid thing? Must provide. So the message, that's interesting. Message, is that different than body? I think that's status text, technically. This is the response. I think this is not my issue because I'm not getting the to using the token. We appear to be getting a different error. That makes no sense to me. Missing replica ID. Like, missing. We're never gonna find it. Doesn't exist. Pretty weird, huh? Where's this coming from? Like, this is the body of the response. Am I doing something totally wrong here? Am I doing something ridiculous? Is response already? You're still procrastinating? That's reasonable. Not unreasonable. What? I at this point, I feel like I'm just doing something dumb. Let's log this whole... let's just try to make this whole thing into an object. Let's log the whole thing. We're almost certainly going to accidentally log the secret. Oh, that didn't work very well at all. Did not want to... That's weird. I didn't like that. Guess you can't do that. Well, that time it was a bad request. I think there's just something weird happening here. I think I just like something's weird here. This like a missing replica ID, this like Twitch response. I think this is not actually our error, right? Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I feel like that's not our error. You found it? Okay. Yeah, I think it's a dog thing, but I think it's not. I think it's actually not actually pertinent here. I think that's like a red herring and it's something weird happening with this. You know what I mean? I think there's just like something wonky here. I mean, it sure looks like there's a body in there though, right? Doesn't it? What incredibly obvious thing am I missing? I mean, this should not be hard, right? I have a URL, I'm doing a request. There's no piece of this that should be hard. I mean, just to look, like if we look at, like the way we're hitting some of these other endpoints, like the way we hit the old service. Should we do a wait until instead of a wait? I don't think so. Yeah, the options, just method post. Like we've been doing this stuff. In fact, look at this. This is it. Why do we have this code? I apparently have, okay, wait. Why do I already wrote this code. How did no one remind me that I've already written this? Why did I already wrote this exact method. Cool. Well, let's just, maybe I was smarter when I wrote this the first time. Let's just use the way that I wrote it before, I guess. That's okay. I mean, you would think I remember that. I think we were writing up like a cleanup method. I don't know why we were hitting the Twitch API for it, but it looks like it does the thing in general, right? Like, it's funny because I went and copied from this earlier and didn't even pay attention to the fact, but well, you know, whatever. Who knows when I did that? It's certainly been some weeks. I don't remember it at all. You can't prove that I did it. You can be a const too. Why not? This was my weird method for wrapping an asynchronous call to like authenticate. This worked though, right? This straight up definitely worked. Probably. Okay, env is going to be broken, right? Well, okay, that's an that we are inside of a durable object now, and previously we weren't. So like authenticated. What did I do differently? What did I do differently? Why did this work?
What did I do that was different? Is this the right endpoint? OAuth 2 with a client ID. Well, I did this in a different way before. We never even made it that far, basically. I did it previously inside brackets, but we didn't even make it this far. Because we were breaking here. Like there's something wrong. Oh, I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. It's a dumb problem, but I know what the problem is. I know what it is. It makes me do this. But I know what the problem is. Do you want to know what the problem is? Do you want to know what the problem is? Because I'll tell you what the problem is. It's a problem that makes me... Let me just really get, like, The problem is this. Let me show you. I'll show you the problem. I'll show you the problem. In another programming language, like in an actual real life programming language, we probably would have realized this immediately, like instantly realized this, but we're not in a real programming language. We're in JavaScript. We're in like a pretend fantasy, pretend to be a programming language. So the problem is this. Is that the way dog is written is that replica's like main method that you use to reach into a replica is called fetch. Right? Fetch is also just like the general high level how you grab URLs. And so I foolishly, maybe just from pure muscle memory, because I always get it wrong anyway, had typed this. And because of this, the fetch was going into this internal fake fetch, that's why we're getting the replica ID issue. Because of this. So I was calling the fake fetch instead of the actual fetch provided by Cloudflare. And yes, 100% my mistake. If JavaScript wasn't a terrible language, I would have realized it sooner. If the author of durable object groups had not chosen to use a pretty reserved, I'd call this fairly reserved because it was written for Cloudflare, like a reserved-ish word as like the entry point to their little module. It does make a difference. No, it does make a difference. It was this .fetch before, right? I'm almost certain. Yeah, that's what I was calling this .fetch before. Meaning it was calling the fetch of the durable object group, which is what I'm extending here. I didn't write fetch. It's inside here. If we go look at this implementation for it, it's almost like this is a whatever, like basically an abstract class. Why not use TypeScript? Because then I have to have a builds phase. I probably should. I don't know that really would have caught this. I don't think TypeScript wouldn't have caught this. I don't think. Anyway. You know, maybe it would have. I don't think it would have. Like in another language, you wouldn't be able to. I mean, it's so weird here. Like, what's the scope of where this is declared in some kind of global scope? Like, I think in most languages, you wouldn't have at least gotten some kind of compiler warning about fetch blocking the other fetch or hiding fetch. Anyway, whatever. We figured it out. Case closed. No, it's true. I guess I could. I just hate. I don't know. In this case, well, actually I don't. Do I? I don't think I actually have. We did on a previous version, but I don't think we actually do now. We just straight up just deploy. No, you're right. We had to use ES build. You're right. We do have a build phase now. I previously did not, but we had to do this to like bundle it as a module to be able to have multiple files. So you're correct. We do have a build phase. I don't want it. Anyway, whatever. The funny thing is 99 out of 100 times, the problem is that I forget to put a this dot. And this time, I put a this dot that didn't need to be there. Anyway, whatever. Let's try to finish this, and then I need to eat some food. That's embarrassing. Well, I knew it was a dumb thing. I'm gonna give like a triple penalty. 1, to me, I deserve it. 2, to the author of Dog for using fetch here, because that's not what this should be called. Super shouldn't be what this should be called. And 3, to JavaScript, just because JavaScript always deserves demerits for being a crime against programming languages. Okay, well, now we can do this, right? Now we can actually hit this endpoint, so it's going to be a get, etc., etc., etc. So this whole thing, this could become a method that we use elsewhere. This could be in our utilities class or something. Anyway, now we can do this kind of thing. Kind of weird mess in there, huh? Whoa. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for myself. I'm embarrassed for Luke, or whatever his name is. I'm embarrassed for JavaScript. This is another thing that requires a bunch of stuff in a query string. Yes. So the ID is in the query string at least. It's interesting. It can take logins or user IDs, but we only care about IDs at this moment. So, so what is our value here? This should be our user ID. Kind of lost at this point. It's kind of a mess. We gotta clean all this up someday. It's true. I mean, that was, yeah. I mean, I was using Babel in that era, I guess, at least. Or, I mean, whatever. 5 years ago, I guess. Where you could pretend you could write ES6 and then it would transpile it to still work in web browsers. So, yes. It was a dark time. So we have this URL. So all we should need are 2 headers. Because it's just a get. Oops. So we need a authorization bearer. And then not do that. Oops. I'm embarrassed. I'm not going to cast blame for my part in that. I made mistakes were made. It was my mistake for sure. Can I not do this here? It's not allowed. Oh yeah, no, wait, sorry. Maybe if I just do it correctly. Okay. And then the other one's client ID, is that right? Client ID. We should have client ID somewhere. And so on and so forth. Really though, these auths failed I mean, we should be fully returning there, probably. Don't really want to like... Well, we are returning. Yeah, that's no good. Well, this is fine. This can, of course, return that. This has to actually return something meaningful. We do want this, though. I mean, these need to return either way, right? How do we do that down here? Okay, so returning either way there, so that's all fine. So the thing that's missing, really... I mean, we could be really weirdos about this. Ooh, let's be weirdos. Why not? Let's be total weirdos. Because I like it. Okay, so we get this user data, and if this is the case, we really can just return null. Otherwise, we'll just actually return all the data. Fetch response JSON. Is that actually JSON string at that point? It's not. It's like a this is actually data. Right? I think so. So try this real fast. User lookup failed. Undefined. Great. Sounds good. Where to screw up? We have the token, presumably. Authorization bearer token, is that right? Authorization is the header. It's the authorization header, and it should be bearer, then a space, and then the content of the token. We should presumably have. And then the client-id, which should be this env client ID. Actually, we have it right here. Let's just do that. Typo in my URL? What is it? You're right. A total typo in the URL. Good eye. Good eye. That's why I keep you around. I put that there on purpose as a test, and you passed. Wait, did I still break it? User ID is what we had, correct? User ID. And backticks. Oh my gosh, yes, gosh. See, my only excuse is I'm getting tired and hungry. Obviously backticks. Okay, good grief. Okay, now why is it failing? It's still broken. Pretty weird that the status, we're getting no status. User lookup failed. What'd I break now? I'm just beyond being able to see it. Falling apart. Headers. Headers is the right object to go in here, right? Isn't it kind of weird that our status text is nothing? That weird? Oh, you'd think it maybe it doesn't return a 200. Maybe it returns something weird. You'd think it'd be a 200 though, right? Surely it would be a 200. Undefined. Okay, wait, what have I done wrong? Oh, yes. We're doing so well. Okay, I'm clearly too tired to be doing any of this. I used all my energy complaining. Okay, we got the user. Incredible. all of this work just to wrap a Twitch API. Actually, I'm kind of embarrassed that that took an hour. That took way too long. I should have spotted all that stuff. This is just dumb. These are just dumb mistakes at this point. So now we return the user data. Let's just do this for now and not care very hard. Okay, that was just a whole lot of like not very good work. I have no valid excuse. So we only want one user. Wait, how did I end up with somebody? Oh, I just made up a number. Okay, there is a user who's user number 1 at Twitch. Wow, user number 1. Look at user number 1. 2007. Okay, what are we doing? Do we actually care about returning all this? May as well, I guess. Okay, so we do feel pretty confident that let's just assume we're always looking up one user, right? Uh-oh. Oh, sorry, JSON.data. Okay, who's that? Is that me? Is that you? It's me! I did it. Okay. Well, is that really my view count? It seems so sad. It's not good enough. Why don't I have a trillion views? Who's user number 17? How many views do they have? 4. So I'm doing a little bit better than this person. Who's user number 8675309? Jenny. Nobody. What about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Nobody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow, front. View count 1. Well, you know. What's our icon? Can you not see? I can. Cool icon. Well, okay. We got this dumb thing. So now, there's no reason this should have taken me 4 hours. So now we have to do... Oh, good grief. Listen, everybody. Jans. How did I say that? Jans? Bayosi. Life is Yours. Epic Mouse. Kyle. Everybody. We did it. We've done it. We haven't really done it. We're not even done yet because we really need to, we can't do this. We can't ship this because we can't request a, I can't request a token every time. Right? I mean, I kind of want to, but we shouldn't. Oh, JNS. That makes more sense. Janice. Two-headed, two-faced. I don't know. It's, yeah, whatever. This happens all the time, right? Like what if I just actually just worked on something and stayed on task and paid attention and did it? It's hard to do on stream. I can do that not on stream, but on stream, it's kind of hard. Okay, anyway. I never wanted to solve this problem anyway, so I came into it with a bad attitude because I didn't want to do this to begin with. So the main thing we are missing at this very moment is the idea of a cached token, right? So I could see what's the least annoying way to do this. What is the least? Wait, should I be a VTuber? No, me, not me. No, you should use me as a VTuber, not Janice. Use me. Someone should be a VTuber version. Take me. Take that one face. Actually, David kind of did that a couple weeks ago, and it was really weird. He did the thing that was like he used some AI site that animates your face and makes it sing. Where is that? That was so weird. Where did he put it? I don't know if I'll be able to find it. It was so weird. It's pretty good though. Maybe he just put it in chat. Where's the thing? No, I think I don't have it anymore. Kind of nightmarish. Also pretty good. It's gone forever. We're never going to see it. It was just a still photo of me that he ran through some AI singing thing and made me sing a little song. It was pretty good. It's fairly convincing. Okay, focus. What do we want to do? We have a couple of options here. I'm going to say 3 options. Like where we want to store the state. Where we want to store like our persistent notion of what our token is, right? Where do we want to cache it? So because we're in a dog here. We have this thing. So it gets stored in this thing. I think. Oops. But okay, I really should go eat, and then we should. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to order food right now. My friend Kate texted me. Okay, no time for text. We're going to order food. I don't want to work. I don't want to work this week. I just want Elden Ring to come out. Is that a crime? To just want Elden Ring? Should I play Elden Ring on release on PC like a lunatic, or should I wait for like a month for patches to come out? The sensible person thing would be to wait a month, right? I can't just play that day one. I think we want some green curry. Okay. Bloodborne PSX. I watched a not Giant Bomb. Oof, weird. I watched a Nextlander stream of that. It was pretty freaking cool. I have no desire to play it, but it was cool to watch. I do love Bloodborne. I love it so much. Elden Ring. Is it going to be good or is it going to break my heart? Probably a little of both. Sekiro, I was, gotta admit, a bit disappointed in. It's my least favorite From game, probably. Okay. Credit card number. Everybody listen. Take careful note. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's my credit card. These are traffic lights. Next. Green curry. Pick up ASAP. Okay. We're doing red onion Thai today. 411 111 111 111 111. Oh my god, it would be the worst if I tried to play a game that I want to enjoy and play it on stream. I should only play games that I hate on stream, because then I don't feel bad about not enjoying them. Like what was that game? Fights in Tight Spaces. That was a good game to play on stream because I mostly hated it, so it was fine to not enjoy it. But what if it was a game that I really wanted to play and really wanted to enjoy? Maybe I'll play Cyberpunk on stream now that no one cares about Cyberpunk. Okay, so somewhere there's a way to do. Wait, this is an atomic counter. I guess you can do atomic-ish requests with durable objects. Consistent. Look at that. Look at that. This is why I went durable objects, by the way, for the other thing, because it told me that. When's my food done? Was that a valid Visa? I used to know some fake credit card numbers like 20 years ago now, working on really early e-commerce sites. Okay, order confirmed. Order confirmed. 25 minutes. Okay. Hey Siri. Timer 20 minutes. You're going to stream until Siri says to stop. So what we care about is some state here. So one thing we could do is what? Okay, there's actually 3 options here, and one of them's kind of interesting. So one of them is we just do this, right? One of them is that we just store it in memory, and occasionally it will be evicted from memory, and then that's fine. And then when we want it back, we get it back. And like when we come back online, we just do another query. So the downside to this is that one, it could get evicted from memory a whole lot of times in one day, and then we'd be hitting the server a lot. Or it could stay in memory for a crazy amount of time, like 60 days, which seems unlikely. And then it would be mad at us. 4, 1, 1, 1, 1. We've seen those videos of the kids who get like Siri to say numbers and then make beats out of it. It's pretty cool. Siri, number, beats. I'm never going to find this. Is this going to work? I'm never going to find it with DuckDuckGo because it's impossible to find anything. Siri, number, beat. What, you know the thing I'm talking about? It's this one, right? Oh my god, we can't do advertising. Eviction could happen at any time, and that's fine, actually. Like, I kind of want that. It's okay, but it's just not dependable enough.
Someone told me to ask Siri a very specific question. Let Siri into the 10th power.
On it. The answer is 1000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000
What? Weird. That's good to know. Thank you for telling me that. Very handy, thanks. Now I know. Okay. That's good. It's good stuff. So, that's good to know. Thank you. Also, I should just not have DuckDuckGo as my default search engine because it literally never finds anything ever. Ever. Okay. So we have 3 options here. One is, stored in memory, which is probably not actually the right thing to do, but I think it's funny. We can also use this transactional storage API. So we just have it, so we can get and set it if we want, right? It doesn't have, there's no ability to expire or anything like that, but at least it's totally self-contained. Or we set it in KV and have it auto expire, you know, like we set it in KV with an expiration date, but that means then we need to, deal with KV land. So probably This is probably the thing to do, right? A bunch of bangs. Is there a bang that you can say that says, hey, return meaningful search results instead of garbage? Because that'd be useful. I like DuckDuckGo in theory. I just never find anything with it. Interesting. Okay, I will look into that. Maybe that will help me. Okay. What? So I can just put key. I mean, that's it, right? Like it's just put a thing in there. So I think it's like, can I delete something? Is there a way to delete a key or delete the key? Okay, let's try this in a really naive way. Because I don't really know how to do this, but let's just try it in an extremely naive way. If it was like, well, we can't do this, obviously. So if token was something like this.state.get token, right? Can I just straight up do a get with nothing but the key name? Oh, I can't do this though, right? Because it has to be, I need a token and an expiration date. This is annoying. I don't want to maintain this. This is annoying. Annoying. Because there's no built-in expiration. Okay, when we get... Yeah, this sucks. Because it would actually be more useful if it told you when you got your token, if it was like, hey, here's a definitive expiration date, and then you can watch against that. Instead, it's like expires in. So like, what are some practices here that are not stupid? What would be the best way to do this? So we can store it in that key, but how are we going to decide when it expires? That means that we're going to have to, basically we want to say, anytime authentication fails, I think we're going to assume the key is bad. Maybe. Anyway, we probably need to do this. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. So we need like, yeah, let's call it token. I will have an access token. Actually, we can just stick this straight in here, right? Can we? You gonna be mad at me for that? Expiration? But date now, that's number of seconds. What's date now? Is that milliseconds? That's milliseconds. Like, should I do this and just have a set expiration time? This? What do we actually get back? We get expires in, we get the access token, we don't have any of this other crap. All we really care about is access token and expires in, right? I don't exactly know like what the result is here, so we may have to check that a little better. So we try to get the token. If we don't have a token, we do the thing. We also need to check the expiration and so on and so forth. This is going to be wrong too, by the way, because it's not the only thing we're returning here. You know, we need to do this whole thing. So like, oops. We'll stick this in here. Should it be your job? Should it be your job to cache it, or should it get cached on the outside? Cache me outside? That's what they say, right? I don't know. I don't know if it's your job to do that or not. Is that right? Will that check nullness? Is that truthiness and nullness? Thank you. So we got a URL. We got a method. We're going to authenticate. We're going to go there. If you're all good, we get your business. All we really care about from your business is when you expire. That's going to be our token. I don't know what that if is for. And then, yeah, whatever. Otherwise, we return, say straight up null. This is a problem, though, because if you're not authenticating, you kind of want to assume... You don't know this. But you kind of assume that if you don't authenticate, that it's because the token is bad. And that you should delete it for the next time. Because that's another way to do this, is just like let one click go bad, because who cares? Because you'll just get them next time. Because it's hard to do this. I mean, yeah, I don't know what it looks like when it fails. Like, how do we check to see for an expired token? I guess we could... Well, that's fine. Null or undefined is what... That's what's possible here, I would assume. I don't know, actually. We need to see what this returns, I guess. Because it might return, like, empty string or something. So I don't exactly know. But that's okay. These are things we can discover. Perhaps on another day. This should not have taken me a whole stream to do, but oh well. We had to complain a lot. So we try to get the token from inside the dude. That's fine. So we'll get the cache token. We'll expire it if it's expired, then that's fine, and we just get a new one anytime this happens. And then right now we have it cached here. I'm gonna say it gets cached outside, just so we can say. Well, no. We really only want to cache if there's a new one. So this is the big question here of like if we should do something if we fail. Otherwise, we're basically saying the token only gets expired if we say it expires. So if it's like if token dot expiration, how do we say this? If date dot now is greater than, this doesn't feel very reliable, right? Delete the token. Click on Unleash the Kraken. So if token, isn't null. So we try to get a cache token. if we have a token and our date now, we're like past our expiration, then throw that token away. We hate that token. And then do the whole thing to get a new token. Part of that is like cash result and then return it. And then once we're out here, everybody's happy. We assume we have a token by the time we get here. If we don't, we're in trouble, right? Also, we're doing this very wrong. Like all these places where we're just logging errors, we should actually be returning those errors. Actually, just sell it. What do we want? We want this kind of thing. It's much more appropriate. This isn't the right error. What would this be? Like a 500? 400, bad request. Call it a bad request, I guess. The same thing up here. Like, well, we can't do this here actually because we want to be able to return either way because both of these are just little grabby dudes, right? This guy's a little grabby dude and this guy's a little grabby dude. So I guess we just want to say, like, if we get to this point and our token's bad, we need to just bail. Feels a little weird, like it's a very peculiar flow here, which is my own fault, but server side errors. I think you're right. It's kind of weird because it's like a bad token, but I'm the one making the token, so you're right. It's server side. You're right. And then we get here. I'm definitely not blaming me. It's clearly not my fault. Somebody else's fault here. Okay, so we're going to say we'll expire the old token. Authenticated, which should only happen if we don't have a token. So the first time we run this, well, this isn't true at all because that's not true here. First, we just want to know if we have a cached token, and then So that, but invalid token will go back to you. So we're not really sending all this stuff back. Maybe we should. It's just more annoying. Anyway, the biggest thing that will be broken right this second is this is wrong. It'd be token dot access. Time to go get food. Okay. Does it work? Is it going to work on the first try? At the buzzer. There's no way I'm pushing this today. Wait, that's not. What are we doing here? Is that not how this works? This dot state. Wait, is that not how you do this? Storage. Oops. Okay. Okay, so cached token was found. Wait. How is there a cached token found? Token is not expired. Requesting a new token. Token received. Floor is not defined. Of course not. This went very well. This went extremely well. That worked exactly as expected. Okay. What, cached token found, token not expired. Why was there a cached token? That seems weird. Wonder how that stores that locally when you're using Miniflare. Alright, something's going wrong here. Cached token found. Okay, almost first try, but something's clearly wrong. Cache token found, token not expired, requesting new token. Why are we requesting a new token? What? Okay, we found a cache token. The token's not expired. Oh yeah, well, duh. We only want to do this if it's equal to null. Okay, so almost first try. Pretty close. Almost, right? Well, we ended up requesting it. So token not expired. Cache token found. So token's not expired. That's pretty weird though. So what's the problem? When I did this I put the token straight in there. So you would think that this get would be exactly correct. Okay, nobody look. Everybody close your eyes. I'm logging the token. Don't look. Oh. Those are okay. Those are asynchronous. Okay. They just need awaits. That's all. Okay. We got a null. Requesting new token. Token received. User lookup success. That's call number 1. Call number 2. Cached token found, expiring old token, requesting new token, token received, user lookup success. So I think we're good. There's no way I'm going to push this right now before I just run out the door. But now something's still a little bit goofy. Okay. In general, though, it's working. So, I mean, it looks like it's still have some goofball problem with the if statement, but whatever. I'm going to call that good. It needs a little bit more debugging. I'm definitely not going to just push it. It's a web browser on my wall. How did this happen? Did we lose our... We lost it. It's sad. Site can't be reached. What's going on back here? How did I end up with all the... Okay, whatever. Listen, that was a weird 4-hour, 40-minute stream in which we accomplished almost nothing, but hey. I don't know what to say. I didn't even want to do any of that. My hand was forced by Twitch. It was forced by Twitch. My hand looks so weird. Anyway, I am so grateful to everybody who stopped by. I'm so grateful to the new followers. So grateful to Matisse Tech and Janice, to Bayosi, also to the whole gang. Wait, what am I doing? Wait, what is jest? What's jest? Testing? What do I look like? Testing. Okay, life is yours. I appreciate hanging out. There's no way I'm testing anything, obviously. We'll probably stream tomorrow and we'll actually push this, even though it's so annoying. We really have to the 7th or 27th, I think. So we have a little bit of time. Anyway, thanks everybody for hanging out. You don't talk to me about testing. You have to talk to Life is Yours, my testing consultant. Norwegian testing. Okay. Very grateful to everybody for stopping by. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye.